Hello and welcome to the UKEL. I'm Mila. I'm new here actually. I haven't been around, but I have a friendly face next to me. So hey, how are you doing? What's going
I'm
on?
doing good. I'm excited. Now, the question I got to ask, you're new to this place. Any of the teams, come to mind? Maybe Ruddy Esports, DMG, ever heard of them before? EMEA
Of course.
Masters? Ring a
Of
bell?
course, of course. No, it's not like I have never heard of the UKEL. I've been here before, but in Div 2. So, not in this particular situation, but in a little bit of a different one. So, quick shout out to Revolt Esports. So yeah, I've been around for a little bit. I've seen my fair share of things. We just shared a little, anecdote about what happened to Ruddy at the EMEA Masters. So yeah, really excited to be here. I'm really happy to move out of my Prime League comfort zone and see something new for a change. So yeah, I'm really excited, and my expectations surely aren't too high, as I heard.
Okay. As a UK person, I feel insulted. UKL may not have the highest quality, but we are very entertaining. So, of course, for today, DMG versus Ruddy Esports. Ruddy Esports, probably a little too strong to be in UKL, if I'm being honest. They should be in a higher league, especially when they have a top laner like Akers and a mid laner of Eero, clearly top 1 and 2 in this division. That mid laner already gone to EMEA Masters before that we talked about, played on teams like Verdant. So we should have some very exciting games coming forward. But is there any sort of champion that you're wanting to see out of the UKL? Because we have some spicy picks like a Hecarim in the jungle, maybe, even a Karthus.
Yeah, you just pulled it out of the head right there. I've seen that Rick has been spamming Cartus like there's no tomorrow. And as I have been, also kind of a person to watch the Prime League Cup that's going on right now, they have been putting out Cartus there as well. And Cartus Jungle seems to be something that works again. I remember there was a Cartus ADC meta that was very scary to me as an AD carry player. So I do have my own experience with Cartus as a champ, and I think if Richt has prepared this champion as much as it seems, I'm excited to see that one on the Rift. But overall, I just love divisions like this because sometimes it exists parallel to the meta that we know from like the first division ERLs everywhere. And suddenly there are these kinds of spicy picks that you maybe wouldn't expect, but they turn out to be such a great thing to watch. So really excited about that.
Yeah, 100%. That's the thing we can kind of have you from Prime League to come and figure out. Is the meta in Prime League and UKL that different? Because most recently, Jinx has been very high priority,
Mhm.
Syndra as well. That
Mhm.
has been showing at Worlds. And even with those big meta changes in the most recent patch of 14.19, it doesn't really matter. It feels like everybody has kind of accepted. You either pick Jinx, AD Carry, or the Ashe, and then you just get either a Syndra in the mid lane, or maybe even counter it if you want to go slightly more aggressive, like that Zed or Talon, or even a Fizz.
Yeah, for sure. But I gotta say, when we look towards mid lane, that's actually the most interesting part because obviously, with the Worlds patch coming in, we've moved away from the ADC picks and mid lane. Some people still seem to play it. I watched some Worlds today and I was like, wait. Why is there Lucian and Smolder? I do not want this taken away. So
NA
you're
special.
absolutely right. Yeah, you're absolutely right coming in with like Syndra, LeBlanc, like these types of picks that we're more used to. Looking towards ADC, you already mentioned Jinx and Ashe. I would like to point out as well that Kai'Sa is extremely strong. Kai'Sa is a very mobile champion right now, works very well. Also, a little solo Q tip for you guys out there. So strong. Just go with Kai'Sa. And apart from that, also I see Jin a lot. Now, personally, I'm not the biggest fan
I
of Jin
hate
because
Jin as
I've
well.
yeah, he's so immobile. He can only count to 4. Like that's so boring,
I mean,
bro.
you're thinking about the wrong thing. If you see a Jin in the first or second rotation because it's trying to counter that Ziggs, just slam 2 tanks. And how is it ever going to do that front line? It's just
Yeah,
not.
no.
And then you have to have an AP mid laner that can try and get through them. Current
Yeah.
meta Syndra. Yes, it can deal damage against tanks, but you don't really want that, Oriana. And it starts getting a little bit more difficult. So please, guys, pick Kai'Sa, don't pick Jin.
Yeah, for sure. And I feel like there is a lot of very aggressive AD carry players out there. And once I see them being put on Jin duty, it's kind of like,
Yeah,
is
it's
it
over.
disrespectful like I have watched some players really struggle on that kind of pick. So yeah, definitely an interesting meta to look at. I also think there is a lot of interesting top lane picks coming out as well. I love myself a strong Renekton on top lane. These really, really tanky plays that kind of can decide an early game very, very fast and then just run down one lane and everyone is confused. So I'm really excited to see what we're going to get today. Do you have any expectations? Is there anything that you're sure is going to happen in draft, which is coming up shortly?
Very importantly, I think Ruddy is going to be playing for both their top and mid laner. I said it's the strongest part of their team. Usually their jungler, Chrissy's, likes to go for these more supportive junglers, pick up the J4, the Nocturne, or even the Sejuani to go up with this. So counter pick on top lane, I'd really love the Olaf is a specialty from Akers, even that Gnar as well. And maybe if we're special today, we might even see that Vayne top lane, but I can't promise anything. Compared to the mid lane of Eero, very a lot simpler. You just get yourselves that mid laner of Ari, or you can get yourself the Yasir. So, well, compared to the opposite side of DMG, when it's more of that usual front to back team fighting comp of having that Jinx with maybe a Malphite in the top lane, and the biggest weird pick that they have is probably rigged in the jungle with that Karthus you talked about, but also has played Dr. Mundo before.
I'm so excited right now to see where this is going to go. We see some bans that I would say are to be expected, right?
Yep.
We get rid of the Jarvan. Jarvan is one of the strongest jungle picks in my opinion right now. Again, in the Vombo combo with an Orianna always slams, like awesome pick, but we don't want to see it today. Skana as well has lost a bit of prio over the past few months and now kind of has a comeback as a jungle pick, which I think is very exciting. And then on the other side, obviously Syndra and Ziggs, two very, very important champs in the current meta, also gone with the wind. Now, what do we expect as a first pick here from DMG?
So DMG so far have been picking very much hyper carries for their AD carry, and with that J4 band away, I'm expecting it to be in a mobile one. A Jinx is a possibility. However, Ashe could be an amazing counteraction towards it. DMG as well played the Karthus beforehand. We said that is a possibility in towards the jungle. They could either pick it up in this selection or into the second rotation, and that's just going to be a Karthus slam.
Yeah, for sure. And I want to say I'm not surprised at all because obviously we talked about it. Big prio there, but this I like this. I love myself some Seraphine
I love
and I
Seraphine as
love
well.
myself some Ashe. Now, this obviously needs a little bit of time to, make its way into the game, but once they're both online, this is absolutely deadly if you play it well.
And the big thing about Karthus is it needs to try and stay safe in its own jungle, farm up towards that late game. Against an Ashe Seraphine, you can just keep and push down the tower. If you get an early game aggressive jungler, just bully out that Karthus as much as possible. You've got Rek'Sai as a possibility, Nidalee as well. Probably not the best combo with them in the bot lane. And to be honest, what I'm most upset about is they pick Jhin. After
Yes.
everything we said here
Yes.
about how great Ashe and Seraphine is, they pick Jhin against it.
Yeah, they also completely ignored our take on Jin in the
It's like they're not
post-
listening.
like in the pre-talk. They are just like, no. Maybe they want to prove us wrong, which okay, fair play, have fun doing that. But they really need to figure out where they want their damage source to be, because obviously Jin is a champion. I understand why you want to pick it, right? It has a lot of range. You can enable team fights very nicely with your ultimate, with your W even. It makes sense, but it's not the typical carry that goes in, pentakills, and refuses to evaluate.
Oh,
That's not happening.
this is even worse because you said about the damage source and where it is, and it's clearly they want to go for the jungle a little bit towards the top side and have Jhin with that ultimate to just support Karthus whenever he wants to play the game. But Jax into Gragas is a horrific matchup. You don't ever really get to play as Jax whenever he tries to jump in. Gragas just kind of body slams you with Phase Rush and just runs away to safety. So already Ruddy have counteracted so much the DMG wants to do. And a small note on towards the Seraphine as well. With that W, if you put or if you max that W, a lot of the Karthus damage from that ultimate is just going to be negated as well. So this Karthus pick is really difficult to try to get through, but we're going to have to see on second ban rotation if DMG can get a mid lane matchup that's good. So I feel like that's the only way they're going to save the game if they can get Prio there to keep this Karthus safe.
Yeah, for sure. And I think the Smolder ban makes a lot of sense looking towards that because Smolder is your late game insurance. It still is, even though we hate to see it and we're all bored of it, it still is some amazing late game insurance. And banning it out absolutely makes sense. On the other side, banning out Viego, I always say Viego is like, he has a main character problem. He always wants to be everyone at the same time. He needs a lot of attention. But once he get his resets, it's over for you. So makes sense to ban that one out as well. Also because it's, next to J4, one of the more, you know, recently played champions, I would say. Rel, strongest support pick in the game right now, in my opinion. And then the Casio is a definite target ban if it goes through. I think no one will be surprised by that.
I really like the Cassiel ban. It's really good into everything DMG wants to do. Is you don't actually have to find that engage with the champion, and it can also disengage anyone who wants to try and flash away or try to get in there like Jax. So Ruddy Esports in a fantastic position. Gragas, of course, can be flexed towards the jungle, even towards the mid lane if Ruddy are feeling quite funky here. So maybe pick up your mid lane or somebody that can be flexed around as well of the team. But so far, just get yourself a safe champion, compare well with the team, and just go for this big snowball team fighting comp.
Yeah, of course, for sure. I think Xin Zhao is not the worst pick. Xin Zhao is also a very nice enabling pick if you look towards possible team fight and gank situations. So I don't dislike it. It's probably not my favorite in the current meta, but I can see why you would go for it, especially with J4, Viego, and Skarner banned. You have to come up with something else. On the other side, I do like the Sylas hover. Now, Sylas, in my opinion, has been having a little bit more prio lately as well. And you do have some really nice ultimates to benefit from if you actually manage to steal them away. So I do like this. I'm very interested to see how they want to round this whole thing off. Obviously, there is a support pick kind of missing unless they do something really crazy here, which I don't expect.
No
And
way. Silas support, maybe? That's
you
the
never
best you're going to
know.
get.
You
Could be.
never know.
But the thing that's really scared me a lot is this Silas, because when you have Karthus on your team, usually look at everybody else and say, I am AP, you guys are all AD, so then they can't build anything against me. But now if this Silas in the mid lane, it can get counter-picked as well, and is also stopping Karthus being this solo AP. I get why it's been picked, but the way that they've drafted themselves, they've been putting themselves in a complete corner. Still, Ruddy Esports, when we're looking at their comp, very good at going for disengaged Gragas. They have the Zings out to be that front line. Sure, Viego would have been the best pick. That band away, second best is the Zing Zhao. Now you just need a champion that can be safe, pairs up well, and will be completely fine against that Silas. So, of course, Ezreal getting locked in, has that E to try and just escape when he needs to. And even if there's a Karthus, though, we still got that Seraphine.
Yeah, for sure. I do like the reaction that we get here from Ruddy Esports. I think they were very prepared for the Karthus, as you should be, in my opinion. Like, if you did your homework, you should be prepared for that Karthus pick, right? And they did a really good job with that. I do like Ezreal as a pick because of its mobility. Like, he's very, very mobile, very fast. And it's going to be really hard for Sylas to hit the chains, right? And even for Nautilus later on, I think they might have some issues finding a great engage for that. The only thing I'm not entirely sure about when I look towards this Ruddy draft is if Gragas is enough frontline for me. Because you have very, very little, frontline insurance. So once Gragas is down, it can get very easy to just kill off everyone else. Because yes, you do have Seraphine, and she has a great, value for the team when it comes to keeping everyone alive. But I'm just not sure if that's going to be enough. And they really need to layer the ultimates really, really well in order to execute this draft. So looking at the DMG draft, I feel like it's a little easier to execute in a way, even though they don't have that, typical ADC pick here that I prefer. They do have Sylas, which is a very strong pick as well. So just judging from the draft, leaning towards DMG, but I'm not sure how it is for you.
I definitely agree with you. I think Ruddy have personally, I think Ruddy have the better comp, easy to execute when you're in a division like this. Ease of execution is number one priority over anything else. But there's one thing that you mentioned, which I think is very smart. Do they have a big enough front line with this Gragas and Zing Zhao? Because if they didn't have any flanking options with DMG, I would say yes, Gragas top lane, goes for more tanks, Zing Zhao the ultimate, sure. But you have Jax who wants to flank. You can get a flank on your Nautilus or just be him in the front line, then Sylas on a flank. That's already 3. And you have Gragas and Zing Zhao to keep you safe. I'm starting to get concerned. If they do not set up these objectives properly with the right amount of vision and DMG find a flank with them, even if they don't find the kill with Sylas trying to burst someone out or the Jax and they only get them to half HP, you add the Karthus ultimate on top of that, even if they don't die, they are out of that fight and DMG get themselves the victory. So there's definitely a way where DMG could win this, but it's all about can their side laners get a lead compared to Ruddy, where you need this Ashe and Seraphine to feel comfortable. I expect this Sings Out to play around there, make sure it's comfortable as possible. And if they have a high enough lead, I expect the Seraphine W to give enough priority and most importantly, enough tankiness to that Gragas and everyone else to try and stay alive.
I'm really interested to see how this is going to play out, especially because I remember a time when I used to play a lot of expect in a way. But this mid lane and jungle, mid lane jungle, mid lane situation is very interesting to me because with Jhin, you don't really have that great carry. Now, would you play towards mid lane and give
Have
that
to.
more attention?
Yeah, 100%. You have to play towards the mid lane. You can't say after everything we said you want to play for the Jhin. He builds static Shiv, he presses Q on Wave, he clears it, and he cries under his tower while pressing R to try and help the team get a kill with Karthus. The big thing is, if this Jhin can stay alive under tower, doesn't give up too much, it gives an opportunity for Nautilus to go towards the mid lane, this game starts becoming a lot more scary for the Ruddy team. And this is mostly because of that ultimate coming out from the Nautilus. It's instant click CC, means that Karthus can't miss his Q ability or his ultimate. And then on top of that, you have the Sylas who can burst people out. And with the enemy team comp, if Sylas is big enough in these team fights and he's able to burst someone out, that will create the space needed for this Karthus to take over. So it really comes down to, is the mid lane 2 versus 2, probably 3 versus 3, strong enough on the side of DMG to find the lead? Because if they do not there, yes, Karthus scales nicely, but I'm still very much in favor of the Ruddy lineup.
It's so interesting. I'm really, really excited to see how this is going to play out. Now, if we look at individual players, you already mentioned that Ruddy obviously has a bunch of players in their team that are maybe even a little too good to be in this kind of environment. Is that something that maybe plays a part here as well when it comes to how the game is going to play out? Is it like an elo difference that's worrying maybe for the side of the MG? Or is it something that you just gotta ignore because if you play it right, you can outplay these players individually?
It's difficult because the way I see Ruddy as an organization, not just its team by itself, because every Ruddy roster is like that, is they get such incredible solo queue talent or just talent in general that it doesn't matter if they don't have the world's best macro. They'll just out team fight you. They'll just be better than you mechanically and just win out. So even with the Jhin towards the bot lane, they are still going to go for those 2 versus 2. But on the DMG side, you can't let that get to you. It's still a team that is in the same division as you, which clearly means they're beatable. If they were so good, they would be the division above. They would be, getting constantly higher and higher and not taking a single loss. But Ruddy's already lost a single game. Why can't they just do that again?
Yeah, for sure. And we're in the game. Maybe we're getting the upset that we're looking for. Maybe DMG can actually put another loss onto Ruddy. But so far, it looks like we're going to get a very typical start. No early shenanigans, no invades, just very clean 5v5 situation, everyone standing in line.
So you're calling this typical. You see what Rigged has got himself. He's got the exhaust instead of flash.
Oh my god, I see it now that you mention it.
It's not normal.
Wow, that is very far from normal. You're absolutely right.
There's 2 options on to think about this, because Rigged, if he had the flash available, would have been a little bit safer, as he might get caught out a bit here.
Yeah, he's using that exhaust right away, getting stunned from Eckers as well. Has to be very careful. Now, there is the first blood coming out for the side of Ruddy, but we're getting an immediate counter kill here. But that obviously delays timings just a little bit, maybe even enough for
Look at
Ruddy to
Seraphine
look.
Ash.
Yes, they're looking for something here. I just want to say, maybe looking for an evade, another nice stun, and I don't think that flash is gonna be enough. You're getting poked down pretty low, and that's another kill on the board for Ruddy, who seemed to have chosen violence today. They woke up and they were like, nope, we're not losing this. We're not losing this.
What did I say? I said mechanically they are just better, and that was more of a decision to make sure that you can find that second kill. And that really comes down to the Ash and Seraphine moving towards mid lane a little bit earlier. And of course, you never flash away from them. Ash, Seraphine, you are just not escaping. But overall, still pretty positive for DMG. Rigged is able to find first blood, an extra 100 gold in towards his pocket. Should be able to full clear towards this bot side. But this exhaust, I'm not sure if it is going to have too much use in this game. And the main reason I say that is exhaust is used to make it where people can't just instantly burst you down. The only champion that wants to try and burst you on Ruddy is the Xing Zhao. Except for him, everybody else wants to slow play this, find some poke with the Seraphine, Ezreal in the mid lane, and then try to kill you afterwards.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. I'm very interested to see how this is going to play out. Things have normalized themselves just a little bit. Everyone is back on the map. There was a little bit of alone time there on bot lane, but now we can see the next round of the mid lane 1v1. But we can already see the mobility that comes out of this Ezreal. It's so close. Just one more hit and it would have been another kill on the board, but Rigged should be the next one that they are trying to pick up here. Getting invaded in his own jungle so early on, and it's another kill for the Xing Zhao. And this is not yet a disaster, but it's far from great. I mean, you have a 2-in-1 Xing Zhao already who now gets to invade your jungle. That smells really bad.
And this is what we talked about. Prio in bot lane allows them to walk first, so Xing Zhao can just go for that 1v1, and of course he wins early on. And oh my god, does he flash over this wall? This is fantastic. Him thinking that there was a ward there, which clearly there wasn't, allows him to flash over the wall, gets him there fast enough, and gets him that kill on Rix. And now, the main thing about a jungler like Karthus is he needs blue buff early. If he doesn't have this, he's really can't clear because he's going to have no mana for his abilities. So stealing that away and getting that extra kill is going to be devastating for this Karthus.
Yeah, for sure. He definitely will see some mana issues in this early game, apart from the fact that he's been delayed with his pathing quite a bit. But also, if there wouldn't have been the kill, the flash would have felt really, really weird, no? Like, he got the kill, so it makes it all worth it. But it could have gone a really different route. But here we can see maybe a reaction now from the side of the DMG. We're looking to find something in mid lane, but at the end of the day, no kills are going to happen here. Standing very safe on the red side underneath the turret, but Rick still in the area, still wants to look, but maybe has looked a little too far as he now is tanking the turret shots, and it's going to be another 2 kills for the Xing Zhao. This is an absolute disaster of an early game for DMG, and no way is there to, like, how do you react to a 4-in-1 Xing Zhao in minute 5? Like, what are you gonna do?
How do you accept a 4 minutes tower dive when you have no way of getting on top of him? Evo had the E available, didn't have the flash, sure, but there's no reason you should ever go for that because they overextended. Xing Zhao now gets that double kill, and look at this CS difference. Only 3 CS more for the Xing Zhao, but with those 4 kills, he's just going to reset, use the Prio from bot and towards his mid lane to just keep bullying out Rigged. I expect when Rigged tries to go towards his bot lane pretty soon, or even dare to go anywhere in his jungle, Chris Beast is doing everything he can just to match where he's going.
This is an incredibly hard early game for DMG already. Yes, they had that first kill on the board for them as well, but ever since then, they have been bullied further and further back. Now, Eckers seems to be slow pushing here. Maybe even trying to force some CS out of the lane opponent. But for me, oh my god, look at that gold already. There are
Practically
some
2 times.
difference.
Yeah, I mean, slight is being applied. I'm going to say huge chasm difference. Chrissy B's done a fantastic job, and that's the one thing that everybody at home can learn from this is how do you beat a Karthus? You just don't get into late game. You just keep invading and say, no, I'm not letting you get towards that level 6. He has no ultimate. to play the game just yet. And you see Rig trying to make a play towards bot lane, but constantly the Xin Zhao is there counteracting any of these plays.
Now he has to look if he wants to stay, maybe. He now reaches that 1v1 situation in the tri-bush, but there has to be an opportunity maybe to find something, but Crispies, again, just too strong. Ultimate from Ezreal flying in as well, but it's not going to make that much damage. Now Sin is going to be very, very, very tricky situation. Gets ignited there and has to take the short route into the base by putting a kill on the plate here. For the enemy ADC, that's the good news. The kill is going into the pockets of the Jhin. However, you're getting rid of the enemy AD carry while losing the Drake at the same time.
Just over-aggression from the Ashe. There's no reason to be there. She actually wanted just to keep pushing it to allow the Xin Zhao to get the buff, which they already did. Little trade towards the top side, not too much. But guess what we're going to see again? Xin Zhao knows where the Karthus is going to be, running straight towards the mid lane, and is going to say, hey man, do you want to take anything you can't? So smart for Rig to know he can only take one of these, but he just can't play the game.
Yeah, he's being absolutely bullied out of his own jungle right here. And I mean, it was obvious that he was going to move towards these grubs, but now maybe another situation here on top lane. Ekers seems to look for maybe a little solo bolo here on top lane. Isn't a bit of a tricky situation, gets the turret hit right there, but now it's the Xin Zhao again being unstoppable, able to clean up that fight. And 6-1 after 7.5 minutes. That's like almost 1 kill per minute for the Xin Zhao. I'm not sure how I would react to this. I would probably put that
Not
FF15
again.
in chat. And here we go. One more time in the tri-bush, being picked up yet again. Maybe a chance. Nope. Little late to the party here, the Nautilus. But it is the shutdown in the
It
end.
goes over to naught. That's so bad for them. All 800 gold shutdown of that Xin Zhao going over towards that support. One big thing I have to say from that Nautilus is a really good roam timer. Because a big thing that you can do to try and counteract this is maybe sacking a little bit towards the bot side. You have a Jhin, he's going to be fine anyway
Ezreal.
into the game. Focus towards the upside is mid lane.
Ezreal moving forward here quite aggressively. Now stolen ultimate, but it's not enough in the end. It's the Seraphine picking up the kill. It is the game of the supports right here. They are the kill securers after all. But yeah, it's getting a little bit desperate, I would say, right? Like, people are looking for opportunities here and there, but I'm not sure they're actually looking in the right places at the right time. And now on bot lane, the whole disaster is going to take another turn, maybe. Who can win this 1v1 at the end of the day? It is Sin with the ultimate, just finding the right angle to clean up the situation.
Yeah, great little hold there on the ultimate, make sure they can do this. But with him playing towards top side for so long, they'd look in.
Oh, Notorious has to run away, but no way you're making it out without Flash. Crispies with another kill. This is insane. Like, to be
We call it
honest,
jungle diff at this point.
yeah, I expected more from this Karthus. I gotta be honest.
Okay, can we defend? I'm going to defend the Karthus here. You got no prio bot, you got no prio mid, and your top lane's in a counter matchup, and he can't do anything. So then Xin Zhao can just run you down no matter what, as your team just can't contest. The Seraphine and the Ashe have really been showing their dividends by those first 2 plays towards the bot side, but they're able to get the Nautilus behind to constantly keep the prio. By the time they were able to allow the Xin Zhao to invade and help out, there's just every time that Rigged has been engaged on, somebody else in the team has been there to match it.
Now, maybe an opportunity right here, Flash from Yamsu to make it out of the situation, but maybe Sin can be the next one to be picked up. Nice ultimate from Jhin, trying to keep Yamsu away from the fight situation, but Rigged going down once again. Ezreal ult coming from downtown as well, and now Ghibli has to run a little bit. It's going to get tricky, hooks himself into safety for now, but another root from Yamsu sitting on that Nautilus, and now it's Crispies again trying to pick up yet another kill, and it's going to work. 13 kills on the board for Ruddy already, and not a single one out of that situation here for DMG, who have invested a lot.
Oh, this is just painful to watch. I'm so sorry for any DMG fan. This is not the way that anyone was expecting this game to go. We thought it would be a little bit closer, and the biggest thing you can say is maybe their top laner.
Oh my god, here we go again. It's another kill, but now even top lane is able to move around. At least one thing you can pick up from the situation. However, you're losing a little bit of time on top lane now with that reaction, and that gives Ekers a chance to pick up a few more platings. Would that be worth it for the side of DMG going for that kill in mid lane, or should you have kept the attention on your turret? I will ask you that question once again after this play is over. They find a little bit of a situation here. Rick trying to move forward, has a bit of a hard time, but it should be a kill being picked up. Maybe, hopefully, nope. Just not enough. Maybe the Karthus ult going to save the day as expected. And this is what I'm looking towards. Like, this is what I want from this Karthus. I need that ultimate to hit in the right moments. But you need to have a little more time in this game in order to make it happen.
I mean, when you go for the gank and there's one person, it's a lot easier to find it.
Another stun on bot lane. I really wish I could ask you some questions here, but there's just no time to speak as there's the next situation going on. Chris Beast in the area again as well. Doesn't even mind the turret shots. Just does not give a damn. And over this course of the game so far, there hasn't been a single chance for DMG to actually have an impact on this map.
Yeah, it's really difficult for them. One thing we have to say is DMG is doing fantastic at just keeping their heads up, keep trying to make these plays, especially towards this Jack, towards the top side. He is getting a little bit easier to go against this Gragas. Almost has that first item completed, has 3 kills in towards this pocket as well. It's just try anything you can and see if anything comes up, because if they don't try anything, this Xin Zhao will just solo win this game.
And there it is, another kill on the board. Very nice snipe, you would say, in that situation. But yeah, it's getting a little tricky. Next Void Grubs are about to spawn. Maybe a situation here to find some answers. It's really hard for the side of DMG to determine what they want to play around. Obviously, having moved the support up here as well, but Church's Trophy has to be a little careful. Is now left alone within 4 members, and that's another kill this time for the Ezreal in the mid lane. And I know we say that mid lane AD carry meta is dead, but we're being proven that we're absolutely wrong. Mid lane ADCs are completely alive. They're doing fine. They're doing well. Now they want to pick up Chris Beast here in the jungle, but they have to commit all that there is from their team in order to even find a way, but it's just not enough. Now 2 kills for 1 in that situation. Yes, it is a huge shutdown, but is it worth it in the end? As we see the next round going on here on the bot lane, bot side jungle is the place to be, as the ADC is trying to take on the enemy top laner, and it looks as if it's possible. It looks as if Sin is going to be just fine, maybe picking up another kill here, and that's how it's gonna go.
The big thing that I'm thinking about is Ruddy, even with how many kills they have, 8,000 gold lead, a lot of these towers are still at mid lane, still two tower plays on that, now finally going to have them full. If they want to keep accelerating the game, going for the kills can be good, but it could be very risky as well. Rigged got that 600 gold shutdown, still very far behind. But if they keep going plays like this, Ezreal 200, 600 shutdown on him, then you also have 750 on towards the Ashe as well. So if they can pick up a few, it could be really good for them.
Just missing that hook by a little bit, but it's the shutdown in the bags for the Jhin. Karthus ult coming out as well. So I completely understand what you're saying. So basically what you mean is if you give too much attention towards finding these kills, you maybe lose attention towards what's more important, which is obviously turrets, objectives, stuff like that. But what chance does DMG, for example, have to find a way back? Maybe this pick here on mid lane could be enough, but it doesn't result in a kill. And they have to be very careful with how much they invest in order to make these picks happen.
But you can just see that Ruddy are just way too confident with the way they're playing, especially this Ashe got picked off in the bot lane, could have easily got picked off towards the mid lane as well if Nautilus had that ultimate. So they've already had that Ezreal shut down. They can easily get a 600 gold shut down on towards this Ashe as well. So if they can just scale into this game, get towards late, gold matters less and less. Of course, they're still very far away. Church's Trophy will steal that ultimate away. But Karthus 1.5 items deep. Once he gets towards the 2nd or 3rd item, maybe that ultimate can deal damage.
Arrow from downtown, Church of Jovi using that stolen ultimate. But now here's the Jhin ultimate again, making a bit of work here. Maybe finally the shutdown onto the Ashe. There it is. Last shot misses. Jamsu just a little bit. Safe underneath the turret, but this is exactly what we were talking about. It's these kinds of picks, it's these kinds of shutdowns that you need. Also, obviously, objective bounties enabled, so gold should not be the biggest issue. However, there is still a really, really fed Xin Zhao on that map who can easily take on the whole team of DMG at this point. Very nice play here from Akers again, trying to find a way to kill off Nefarious, who makes it safely underneath the turret. Now Hook coming in from Ghibli, and now we have to see if this Jhin is actually enough to find a kill. Ignite ticking down from what I saw, not enough. Akers makes it out alive, and again, you invested a lot.
It's that Shiv Jhin. No way that's ever killing a Gragas with 1.5 items, even if it is almost full AP Gragas there. But I'm liking the plays from DMG. They keep going for things, keep looking. Seraphine, Ezreal, and this Ashe are very easy to pick off. You find any form to CC onto them, especially with the Silas, who has plenty of ultimates to steal away, as they will be coming towards mid. Should just be able to finish off this tower. But Richt again looking towards top lane.
Oh, here we go again. Another round, another try to look for a kill, but Rick level down. Not sure this is the 1v1 situation you want to take as Ghibli is being caught inside their own jungle, and it's Akers with the kill. At the end of the day, maybe the Fairy is finding at least the kill to revenge the jungler in the end. It's Rick taking the kill himself, but Nautilus going down in the meantime. You do pick up that objective bounty for that tier 1 turret on top lane, but everywhere else things are falling apart. Maybe now another opportunity on bot lane to look for a kill. Nice stun here onto Errol, who wants to leave the situation as healthy as possible, but you're not going to win this 1v2 situation. But the question is, was it all worth it as we look back at this situation on top lane?
It really just can't be, can it? Because they give up the first top lane tower. Yes, they get the kill on towards Nefarious, but it's just going for too much. Why do you need to go for these contestations? They've been 8,000 gold up for the last 8 minutes, and they yet again died in bot lane with the Ezreal, died in mid lane with the Ashe as well, and they are just not even thinking about how to finish off this game. They're just taking this like solo queue.
It does look a lot like solo queue now that you mention it. So far, still a bit of a hard time here for DMG when it comes to looking for these mutual objectives, but maybe now the opportunity to find a punish here. Chris Beast has to walk out of that. He's getting charmed again from Church of Chovy, and this should be an important kill here. Shot down into the bags of the Silas as Akers finds the Jhin. And now they have neutralized the situation a little bit more again for this side of Ruddy. They can step forward, look for even more. Flashes are being pulled left, front, and center. But they have to try and stay alive. Now there's the arrow coming in from downtown Church of Chovy. Stay safe there, but it's in the end Ghibli who has to be the sacrificial lamb for the rest of the team. How much more work can the Karthus ultimate do? It's not enough to actually find a kill here. Nefarious running for the hills as Church of Chovy goes in once again. Now underneath the turret, has to be a little careful. Ruddy, in the end, winning this fight and being able to push forward, picking up the next turret, and now moving straight towards the Drake. It's the sole point here for the side of Ruddy in minute 20 of the game.
Yeah,
this is going really fast.
Yeah, it's going super quickly, and that's as good of a team fight you're going to get for DMG. It was 2 versus 5 at the start of that. You find the most important member down with Chrissy Beast, but the problem is you're against the Seraphine and the Ashe. If this team fight goes for too long and how far behind you are, they could just still finish it anyway. 2 items for the Ezreal, 2 items for the Ashe, and as well for the top laner. So when they go for these plays against 1.5, of course they're going to be beating them. There's 1,000 lead in top, 3,000 almost in the jungle, 1,000 in mid, 1,000 in AD carry, and same in the bot lane. They are just astronomically behind.
And it's so hard for them to recover from this. We've already mentioned individual shutdowns, obviously, objective bounties. But it's so rough when you're being picked here and there. Again, Akers doing a great job here on bot lane, bullying away Nefarious from the lane. And therefore putting even more pressure onto this bot lane towards the side of DMG. We're looking for a little sneaky catch here, possibly. Hexflash is being channeled. Very nice ultimate coming in here as well. Now we gotta find the kill in order to make this all worth it. Another root sitting on top of this ultimate going wide. With the ignite being gone, this means we're getting the kill, but at what cost? Because Church of Chovy is being picked up as well. And Chrissy Beast again finding another kill in this match, and this puts Ruddy in the very nice position to even look for this Baron Nashor, which would be important in order to open up the base of DMG a little more.
Remember this, it's just going to be a trade 1-for-1. DMG, the ones being behind, it's always going to be more favorable for you, especially for this Sylas. More going towards his pocket. If he can finish off that Juniors as well, he might have enough damage with this Karthus to try and burst him as mid lane.
Mid lane is being completely taken over by Ruddy. It's a killing spree here.
TP coming through. They should just be able to get this ban without any contestions. Zaka's, all his job is to do is making sure that Jax can't TP in.
Yeah, and that's what he's going to do, looking to, you know, bully him just a little bit more. Nefarious has a hard time even walking away from that as the Baron Nashor is melting here, but we get another Jhin ultimate. Is it just for vision or is it actually doing some work? We get the Karthus ultimate. The red team has slain Baron Nashor. How much more can you pick up here? It is Church of Chovy against the world as everyone else is just too far away, but he steps too far forward. Is this a kill for the side of Ruddy? It looks like it. Chrissy Beast is just unstoppable in this match, and even Sin can pick up another kill onto Rigged. The Karthus just not having the time of his life here in this game as Akers is pushing forward with that Baron buff on bot lane.
That was the first ultimate from Rigged, where I was like, that actually deals some damage, but they are still way too far behind. Akers on the bot lane, able to pick up their tower. They will just go for this 4-1. Still have this Rift held available. That's how quickly this ban has been taken, so I expect them to try and crack open the base as fast as possible, but these timers are only 10 seconds.
And these timers are pretty low so far. Please getting picked up here. Very nice. Going golden in that situation, trying to buy just a little bit more time. But in the end, it is the kill here for the side of DMG as their base is being taken apart by the Baron buff and the Rift Herald at the same time. Now, Chrissy Beast taking the taxi downtown to make it out of that situation. Straight into the wall. Little questionable moves right there, but, you know, it worked, so that's all that matters.
Yeah, just going for a little ride, having a bit of fun, knowing that this game is almost secured and in the bag. 10,000 gold lead, finally being able to get it over that 8k gold mark. But we saw that DMG still have a bit of fight in them. That Karthus ultimate, crucially at level 11, wants to get to level 16 if possible, but I don't think he'll have a time for that. So if they can find a pick, get themselves out, there might be a possibility to stop this Baron, but it's going to be so difficult with already having one of those inhibitors down.
The pressure is on for DMG. They have to find some answers here, and as we can see, they have not a lot of vision anywhere. They are trying to look for something here for sure. With Drake almost up in 40 seconds, 45 seconds, they need to find something. They don't want to give up this Baron, this soul point. They don't want to give the soul over uncontested, but even that Ezreal ultimate is doing so much work. They find Chrissy Beast. This is a good thing, but how much more can they take out of that situation? It is Church of Chovy again moving forward, going down as well. Now with the ultimate from the Karthus from downtown, how much more can they get? It is the Jhin being unleashed in this situation. They end up getting 3 kills, but it's not enough yet to commit for the Drake. With both junglers down, they have to just retreat from this situation and maybe even play this more defensively than ever.
Yeah, going for the reset on the Jhin, making sure that they can contest the Baron with the Gragas coming down. Nefarious has to teleport to make it a 3 versus 3. They have full information on this and they need to try and stop it. DMG, are they just giving this?
I mean, there's not really a way for them to move in towards this Drake. It's going down really, really fast, obviously, with the Ashe. You have a lot of Nash and Dragon damage on your side. So it is the soul over towards Ruddy. And we always say, you know, Baron is great, but soul is for life. And even with this Hextech soul, you have so much pressure you can put on the map with a champion like the Ashe. This is going to make things hard.
You know?
Right?
I know.
I think so.
I need that more in life, you know? Souls for life, Barons only temporary.
Yes,
that's the way you should be living your life from now on.
That's what I always do when I play. I'm always like, no, we're not going for Nash. We're going for Drake Soul.
Yeah, do you just type it into chat? What about Void Grubs then? The 6 Void Grubs is for life? Or
I
does
mean,
it
six
does
Void
have the
Grubs
same
is
ring
great.
to it?
Yeah, but also they mainly only work when you're playing from ahead, right? If you're playing from behind, you can have as many grubbies as you want, and it's
just
not
be
gonna
better.
Make a change. That's the saying. That's what the saying should
let me
be.
rephrase
Be
that. Just
better.
be Ruddy.
Just be ready. Yeah, being ready seems to work very, very well in this particular game as they pick up the next turret and maybe even the next inhibitor, as DMG are looking for a way to even move towards them without dying all at the same time, as the push is on. And they have to turtle here. DMG have to find a way to just stay alive. Going golden again. Church of Chovy stepping a little too far forward once more. But it is these types of 50-50 plays that you have to make, as Ghibli is down at this point. And now, with the numbers advantage, Ruddy can look towards this last inhibitor. Maybe even picking up the win already. 27 minutes in game, and it has been absolute dominance here for the side of Ruddy, who are looking to find the Nexus turrets next. There is no way for the side of DMG to move in, and Rigged is down once more. Tries to pull the ultimate. How much work can it do as Church of Joby is being picked up on its own Nexus? It's over. It's done. Nefarious trying to look for the hero play, trying to find a way to keep DMG alive in this game, as the rest of Ruddy are looking for the chase. But at the end of the day, this has been a very, very dominant game. Now the question is, have you overstayed in a situation like this? Have you stayed too long? As the first Nexus turret is down, but the damage coming out of Ruddy is just too much. It's a little too big for DMG to find any answers to it. And with the base being flooded by minions, this game is in the bags and Ruddy take it home. Damn.
Damn. Ruddy, what? They were playing with their food. I was going to do this whole thing of DMG, you're really close to winning it. Yeah, do you remember that time where they... Do you see, I'm having trouble trying to find that time. There was no time. Ruddy, from start to finish, dominated. So... Yeah. I'm excited to see how Ruddy are going to be going forwards. They now are going to be 4-1, not at that 3-2 point that maybe could have happened today. I felt like the draft was clearly in their favor. The way they played was definitely in their favor. But the biggest question I have to ask is, how's your first game of the UKL? Is that what you were expecting?
I mean, I'm not sure what I expected, to be honest, but it was a whole lot of fun, and it was for sure a whole lot of action. And I like these types of games. I know we don't really like stomps, and it was pretty stompy, to be honest, right? But I like to see so much confidence in a team, and I like to see it because sometimes too much confidence throws them for a little bit of a turnover where they find themselves in situations they shouldn't have gotten themselves in. But Ruddy completely controlled this. Yes, they were picked up here and there, but it was a really, really nice and secure game.
You call that controlled? No.
I mean, controlled in a way where they just, I think they realized they were the objectively better team, and they just played around that.
I mean, so they figured out that the enemies, when they died, that was the objective, not the actual objectives themselves. Ruddy, fantastic job winning, but I would not accept you saying that they did this in a confident, well-mannered spot. They just said, guys, it's UKL time. Let's just show up and win. That's kind of how it felt.
But it worked.
But I get it works, but I'm so scared for them because it could work against the lower tier teams. If they do this again against any of the higher tier teams, I don't think they can win like this. You saw how many times mid lane got picked off, bot lane got picked off, even the top lane as well. If they do that against an even team, hopefully they don't do it in those games, they are 100% losing.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if they let it get to their heads, because obviously games like this, they're probably really, really fun for the players, right? I think Ruddy enjoyed themselves doing this. They really liked it. But you're absolutely right. You got to see how it goes when we look towards opponents that maybe are a little bit more on the same level. And one of those opponents might be coming up in the next match. So let's see how that's going to go. Do you have any last words for this game? Maybe about DMG, something that's a positive to take away from them when we look at this game?
Definitely is the amount of fight is in that team is probably the highest thing you can think about, because if I'm at 15 minutes and I am 8k gold down, I am looking at my team and I'm saying FF15, go next, hands off keyboard. I'm not even in the same room. I'm tilted to oblivion. But they kept trying, they kept getting these picks, which wouldn't have happened if they never went for. So if they get a slightly more positive early game by having prior in even the mid lane, bot lane, or just anywhere, to be honest, because you can't pick Carthus and not get prio. If you
Yeah.
do that, you kind of just say to your Karthus, sorry, man, you don't exist this game. And when Karthus is your main carry, you just can't do that.
Yeah. For sure. So definitely a lot of things to learn, a lot of things to take away from this game for both sides. I think we need a little bit of a break. I surely do after watching this hot mess that was game number 1, but we'll be back for game number 2 in just a short amount of minutes. And we're back after a short little break, taking a little bit of a breath after that banger first game that gave us a whole lot of action. Not sure if it was always positive action, but well, there's a lot to talk about from that. But we're moving on. We're moving to the second game of the day as we get Nuclear Vikings against Vertex. Now, we just talked a little bit about some picks that we might see during the break, and you told me about one that we definitely will not see, so we're not going to mention anything about that one time that didn't go very well.
I think there was a bird somewhere, mid lane. If you were there, you were there. Otherwise, I'm sorry for mentioning it.
Right. Okay. So no trauma for anyone. Like we're not going to talk about that. We're just looking at the future, not at the past. So on the positive note, what would you want to see from these both teams? Obviously, with Vertex and Vikings, we have two teams that look to be on a little bit of like opposite sides of the table right now. Nuclear Vikings at the top of the table for now, as Vertex is more towards the midfield. What's your expectation? Do we see a very dominant Nuclear Vikings game, or is Vertex going to go for the upset and maybe, move up in the table a little bit?
Well, I can at least say this will be closer than the last game with Ruddy in it. Hopefully, we will have a lot closer of a game. And the main reason for that has to be towards Vertex. They came into this clearly meant to be the lowest team, but whatever their coaching staff has done or whatever the team as a whole, they've really grown very strong together. And it's the way they play is around this mid 2 versus 2. We said about the picks that can be unique and don't work out, but they've got some picks that can definitely work out, especially that Heimerdinger in the mid lane. So if they can catch them off guard with some of their unique picks in the mid 2 versus 2, that's the way I think they're going to win it. Because, of course, their AD carry can play something like the Ziggs, like the Seraphine to get prio for the support, compared to Nuclear Vikings, which are, I would say, simpler as a team, like their team fighting, tank top when they need to, AD carry that can scale very well. Nuclear Vikings is just your bread and butter. We know how to team fight. Let's just win that way. And that's probably why they've been doing so well early into the season, because you can't really mess that up. If you mess up early game, you get to late and you say, okay, let's just win a team fight. And then from there, finish off the game.
So it's definitely more of a late game focused type of team, in your opinion. That's very interesting, because as I look at my research that I did in order to prep, because we're professional, I see a lot of picks that look very, very good in the current meta, right? Like we have this Skarner J4 type of jungle going on. We have Orianna, we have LeBlanc maybe in mid lane going on. Then we have Varus, Jhin, maybe even an Ashe as the ADC picks, which all seems very common. It just seems like I can copy paste that into almost every region at this point in time with the current meta. On the other side, we have a little bit of a different approach, especially when I look towards top lane, seeing Aurora, Camille, maybe even Smolder. That's very interesting. Now, what do we make of that? Like, what's the expectation looking towards that other side?
So, as a tank player myself, whenever I play in the top lane, hate it. I don't want to play against Aurora, don't want to play against Smolder, and don't really want to play anything that's ranged against me. Naro, except, but if you play something like Vayne, you are permabanned, especially with Teemo as well. So the big thing is the way that Nuclear Vikings like to play. I said very much scaling to the game, want to get towards this late game. Tank top lane is what they want, and Aurora counters it. So this is actually a great matchup to see that if Vertex, with the way they cook, if they can find a way to counteract everything with that J4, if it's going to get locked in, pick that Ziggs so you can just jump away from it. Maybe give counter pick towards your mid laner. I feel like counter pick is the strongest part of their team.
Yeah, that sounds about right. We can already see some target bans coming out here. Obviously, Heimerdinger taken away, as well as the Aurora.
Surprised.
Now, Aurora has also a lot of ban priority, even in Worlds right now. People are just scared of that champ because
it's the flexibility, right?
And it has the outplay buttons. You just don't know what to do against it.
The best part is you just press R, you just look at them, and just let your jungler come up. You just say, J4, you want to gank? Here, I'll make it where they can only stay in the circle. I'll just stand here, hands on keyboard. Good old time. Yeah. I'm really curious about the Shen ban, though, because when you ban this is when you want to play either Fiora or Camille towards the top lane. So you talked about it before with your research. I'm expecting that to be coming out pretty shortly. But with first pick, Syndra, Jinx, I'm scared of the...
Here we go again.
Breathe.
No, we're fine. It's a different
fine.
game.
You
It's
know,
not the
we're
same.
fine, but is the Karthus fine? That's the question. Imagine we just look, you know, on this side, and they just that side, and they just pick Ashe Seraphine. The game's over. The game is just over.
I would quit. I would rage quit the cast. I'd be like, no, I'm not doing that again.
Man, I'd rather play solo queue than cast this game. That's what I'm about to say.
Jesus.
But I know, I'm sorry. But Syndra locked in, makes a lot of sense. Very safe towards the mid lane. Finding towards the Karthus as the ultimate to get through. Nuclear Vikings, though. J4, terrible into Karthus. You don't want to be locked in that cage with him. Not a good time. So maybe picking up your AD carry here could be a possibility. One thing that I've seen MDK do a lot is going to be that Jinx and that Syndra. So of course you can find the reset with that Syndra ultimate. But instead, Ashe coming through very smart. Karthus, of course, being in a mobile champion. Ashe arrow towards him. Easy pickoffs.
Yeah, for sure. And it's definitely something that I think Brody is very comfortable on. So I'm not worried about that pick. I do like the Syndra very, very strong at the moment. Love to see that. Now, as for Team Vertex, we just saw what doesn't work with Karthus, what doesn't help a Karthus being enabled on the map. I would love to see a different approach here from Vertex, and it looks as to they might have done a little bit of research there themselves. So we do get the Ezreal here. Obviously, still a possible flex pick. However, I would prefer for it to go towards bot lane here. With the mobility against something like Ashe, definitely a nice pick. You can dodge the arrow pretty easily, so I would like to see that as a lane matchup here towards bot lane. Let's see what they want to round this first rotation off with. You could technically go for a support and have your bot lane done and dusted, but it looks as if we're going to get mid lane, and we do get the LeBlanc, and I think this is a very typical mid lane matchup. LeBlanc into Syndra. We've seen it before, but what do we expect from it?
So, of course, LeBlanc into Syndra is amazing, paired up with the Karthus as well. If LeBlanc ever gets an even trade into it, it's actually positive because the Karthus ultimate on top of it, they can get 3 kills into the late game. Say if the Ezreal poked him out a little bit too much, Karthus ult on top, extra kill. The only thing that concerns me, double AP, TK locked in, love. And the reason I love this is for 2 reasons. One, of course, TK's ultimate stops Karthus. LeBlanc tries to ult as well. It's not fun for them, but more importantly, when you play Karthus in the jungle, you are forced to build or get yourself a tank support. Do you know who does amazingly well against tank supports? TK. That champion you try to run into him face first in this early game, you can't do anything. So really good neutralizing pick from Nuclear Vikings.
Absolutely. As we see the second ban rotation starting off with Camille, which was a pick that we both mentioned, looking towards what Team Vertex would possibly want to play on top lane. However, that's impossible now. I mean, TK is locked in, technically. Just putting it out there. Could that be a support pick, or are we sure it's going towards top lane?
It could either go jungle if they want to. I wouldn't say jungle, but top support can go either way depending on the matchups. I had this in the Aurora Cup as well when I saw a TK. I put my hands on my head being like, oh my god, it's top lane. It has to make sense. And it just went support.
Yeah.
So hopefully we can have a little bit more. On Nuclear Vikings, I'd like to just ban away the Fiora. There isn't no major real counter towards it. But instead, I'll opt in to get away that Leona. I can understand that. Why the Leona? Because even though TK can do very well against this champion, it's a non-committal engage with that ultimate on Leona because you just press R and then get the TKO out at that point, so then the LeBlanc and then Karthus can do their job afterwards. So smart pick there. J4 banned away makes sense, making sure those are mobile carries are safe in your side. You know what? Actually, I disagree with that. Now, Karthus into J4 feels really nice early.
I mean, early, yes, but there we have the same problem again, that if you're being picked up as a Karthus in early game, we will probably have a replay of what happened last game. So you should definitely put yourself up for an easy ride, and just looking towards that little bit of a later game development. J4 should be not part of that equation. Opposed to that, we're probably going to get the Vi here. It's being hovered so far. Now, Vi Syndra is a comp that I personally really like as a mid-jungle duo. I think that can work very, very well. Obviously not as particularly well as Vi Ori, for example. I'm a big fan of Orianna when it comes to this bombo combo potential, right? but still
I
really
think you
like
just
this.
love Ori just in general. That
I just
champion
love
for you.
Orianna. Yeah, I love it.
Man, I'm more of the Ari Vi combo. It's just, I got to see it against, I can't remember what team, it was played at Worlds today. Absolutely dominated, fantastic. If you haven't seen it, it was against MDK, now that I remember. Team Vertex, though, they need to have that tank support. Leona, of course, the highest option they'd want. Instead, we'll be picking up that rel to be expected. And the reason I love the Vi more than any other champion is Ezreal tries to run away with the E, LeBlanc tries to run away with the double dash. You can't get away from that Vi ultimate.
Yeah.
You had the Syndra ult on top of that, maybe Ashe afterwards. It's not a fun time. So Vertex, really going to be difficult to play against that. With the rel getting locked in, they have to pick up top lane. You're going to get countered no matter what. You know they want to play aggressive towards the top sides. They will get a little bit more prio. And I'm a big fan of this pick just because you have the Karthus in the jungle. Give him a little bit more safety and just give an option to, you know, help him out.
Yeah, definitely. I do really like Renekton as well. I think even in lane, like if you can get lane prio on something like the Renekton, you're going to make it really hard for enemy team to find answers into that. But now I'm getting scared. Please don't.
Don't do
Please
it.
don't. Oh my.
Oh, how
Is this the
happened?
point where I leave? Is this the point where I...
What way do you want to go? Because mine's backwards to get out.
Either. Like, it doesn't matter. I can go through the window.
Can we just... I'm just going to look this way,
We're going to the
shake
break.
my hands, and just be
Wait,
like, Nuclear
like this.
Vikings, well done.
Yes.
Oh, well, sorry, it's
Good
that
job.
side. There you go.
No,
Good job.
No, wait, which way?
Good that way, that way.
Yeah. Oh,
It
yeah.
doesn't matter. But
Yeah, no.
Prio,
Interesting.
do you remember that Prio thing I talked about? LeBlanc
Yeah.
versus Syndra, great late game, doesn't get Prio early. Bot lane. Karthus. We
Yes.
stand here today for your... We pray for you, my man.
Yes,
we pray
we do.
so hard because I'm scared. I'm scared that it's just going to be Ruddy 2.0.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, looking at both of these drafts individually, I think they both make sense. If we look at them as individual drafts, I can see where they want to go with it. However, it's rough. Now, judging from that last game, obviously Nuclear Vikings took a page out of the Ready playbook and are like, we're not going to give you early game. Not at
Yep.
all. Nowhere. Great. You do that. On the other side, if I just look at the draft and what it's supposed to do, which is like a pretty easy front to back type of play, I like that. And I think it's going to be executable, you know, in a way. Like, you're going to have your opportunities here and there. I've seen a LeBlanc completely destroy the enemy team in one of the Prime League Cup games that I just cast. Just one dude being one shot by LeBlanc. It's possible, but you have to get there. And my problem with these types of drafts is always like, where do you go with it? Like, how do you make it through the phases of the game where you will not have prio? Now, looking towards bot lane, Ezreal Rel, I think, can put a lot of pressure onto Ashe and Seraphine in these early moments, but I'm not sure that's going to be enough to get over the fact that you're going to be in a really rough position with your very immobile jungler at some point. And if they play it right, like if Nuclear Vikings play it in a way that Ruddy did, I'm not sure if the outcome is going to be different for Team Vertex here.
The thing I'm finding hard is, when I was trying to get into UKL Division 2, I had a Karthus jungle and I couldn't make it work. I tried so many different drafts and there was just never really something I could find. Maybe the Seraphine Ashe, if that was on the opposite side, pairing up with that Karthus, you get the prio, you're safe, have a mid laner that could be a little bit more frontliney for you, like a Galio, maybe have a tank top. That's a possibility then. But once you have a really high damage champion like Karthus, if he doesn't have a front line, it becomes difficult. And how are you meant to get prio bot lane? Ziggs is an option. Ziggs was banned away this game. Maybe pick up the Seraphine for yourself, get an AD mid laner like the Yone. That could be an option then, but it's so difficult to make this champion work. But I'm super excited to see this game unfold. I think it is going to be a lot different. And you made an amazing point about that LeBlanc. If LeBlanc can find a lead, if Karthus can find a lead, either one of them, they are going to blow up the enemy team. The Ashe is going to get destroyed, the Syndra's getting destroyed, and of course that Seraphine on top of it. One of the most squishy champions through the whole entire game. The only more squishy one you could do is maybe Sona towards the bot side. So it's possible. I'm I feel like we've been swayed because of last game. Now we're just both petrified.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's really hard to forget that last game because on paper it looked playable. You know, it looked playable in some type of
Kinda.
way, kinda, sorta. But it ended up being very unplayable very early on. Now, what I want to see is a way safer early game. Don't get me wrong, I love early game shenanigans. I love when we just, you know, early invade and action and boom, boom, pow and whatever. But I need for them to play it a little bit more controlled in a way where you're not getting picked up in the first 7 minutes by enemy jungle 7 times. I think that was the main thing that obviously broke Karthus's legs and neck in the last game, is that you were bullied out of your own jungle within the first 3 minutes. If the rest of the team can help Karthus stay on top of the game, and I look towards that Renekton, for example, then I can see a way where they can make it work. But they have to be very controlled and very communicative about it, I guess.
So if I'm thinking about the ways that you can make this happen where you are on the opposite side of the enemy jungle as much as possible, I think maybe a late invade can be a possibility. Main reason for this is if you're able to find an early ward down in towards the enemy jungle and spot out either where there's Vi's guy, and if starting on red or blue side, you can say, okay, they're on this side, let's steal away one of their camps. And then when they try to invade you later on, because you still have both of your 2 quadrants up, yes, they can steal away one of them, but you still get the other one. And then once you start getting to a point of around about level 5, level 6, yes, your side lanes are going to be tricky to try and get you prio. You still have a little bit of contention, because if it's only 1v1, Karthus will have, you know, the Fated Ashes will be able to clear super quickly, and it'll start getting comfortable. And that's the reason that people love these AP junglers, is if they get themselves a lead, it's almost impossible to try and contest them in the enemy jungle, because if Vi is just trying to clear against the Karthus, of course, Karthus 15, 20 seconds ahead, most likely, pretty early into the game. So then, even if Vi wanted to go for that, she'll probably be level 3 or 4, while Karthus is 4 or 5. And you don't win that. So even if you try and bully them out, has the opposite side. There are answers, but do they have the answers? And last game, they clearly didn't, and they didn't know how to play around it. But a late invade, I think that's the answer.
I also want to look towards top lane again real quick, because obviously Tahm Kench is not the pick we see a lot of. Like, we've seen him quite a bit in the support position back in the weird Senna ADC meta where everyone played TK as support with that, which great times. Completely do not miss that meta because I hated it.
Oh,
But
Garden Center meta was so much worse. You know, when you had the Lulus running around the Janas.
yeah, no, let's not go there, because I'm getting goosebumps and not the nice ones from thinking about it. No, but like looking at top lane, you obviously have Renekton, who can be an absolute lane bully. And again, if Renekton gets ahead and gets the opportunity to scale within laning phase, he can absolutely demolish turrets, run down your side lanes, and GG game over. Now, what does Tahm Kench have which makes him a great pick in this type of scenario?
He doesn't die. He has incredible base stats. So if you try and 1v1 him, it doesn't go as good as you think. And most importantly, that a lot of people don't know about is his Stun Lash, his Q, actually heals him for a little bit. So when he does go for the trades against Renekton, even if it doesn't go the best and he loses a bit more HP than he should, he just presses Q on him a few times, gets himself to about half HP, and he just isn't diveable. So he's constantly that rock they need to play for this Ashe Seraphine that we talked about earlier. Having their jungler Vi focus around the Syndra as well, that combination you love so much, maybe not as much as the Ori, but it does everything you need as a top lane can. Maybe you could say Ornn would have been better. Maybe K'Sante, of course, people not having as much favorable, but it just does everything you need and has that flexibility in these late game team fights to keep your team face safe, because now you've got Seraphine and you've got a TK on your team. You're telling me that at least one member of your team is surviving that whole team fight.
Yeah, that makes absolute sense. That makes absolute sense, obviously. I do want to look towards jungle attention as well. It's a very interesting topic for me as an ADC main, because obviously AD carries deserve all the attention in the game.
Okay, this is where you and me should never play solo queue together. I'm the support main who plays Bard and just runs away.
Yeah.
Any slight thing goes wrong, I'm just like, guys, we're going to push 3 waves. I'm just going to say goodbye. You're not going to see me until it's like the Nexus has exploded or if there's a big team fight.
I mean, if we win, that's fine by me. No, but obviously, kidding aside and stuff. But if I'm the jungler in this particular game, obviously we saw Karthus last game having a really hard time, not really being able to gank, not really being able to, have any impact on the laning phase for either mid lane or bot lane. Like, didn't work either way. On the other side, you now have a Vi, which is with the ultimate very, very nice. You already mentioned there is no escaping from that. Now, what lane would you want to play around in this particular matchup? Because I expect Ezreal and Rel to have at least a little bit of pressure in the early levels. Is that something you want to, funnel even more attention into? Or do you say they will be fine? I'll move towards mid lane with my Karthus. And how does a Vi react in that situation?
I just goes wherever Karthus goes. We saw in that last game with that Xing Zhao. If you see him on the map, you go there. So if they get good ward coverage, you can make it where they don't see the Karthus. That's the best possibility. Because you say there's prio down bot lane. Yes, they can be if they get a decent trade, but it's still difficult. Seraphine, so much shielding, so much healing, and most importantly, so much wave clear. So they'll never really be able to get underneath their tower. So Karthus going to have to come in at certain points of the game, not to find a kill with these two champions, but to kind of bail them out of a bad situation. The same thing goes for mid lane LeBlanc. You just walk mid, clear out the wave. You walk top, clear out the wave. Of course, top lane, not as important than last time. Nuclear Vikings, you just have to favor so hard with the way that they've drafted themselves this comp. It really comes down to, can they get this Karthus behind? Karthus, remember, needs blue buff very early into the game, so we might see Fruity Carrot go for a 3-camp clear towards the top side, invade the enemy jungle, and get on towards the Karthus den, because they should have prio top, should have prio towards the mid lane, but we will just have to see.
The first thing I see is that Karthus does not have exhaust, but flash.
I like it. Oh,
Same.
You can flash away from safety if Vi doesn't ult you.
It works. Yeah.
Do you remember the first play we saw last time? The one where Xing Zhao had the 1v1 against Karthus. The only reason he died or didn't get his team's help is because he couldn't flash towards him or couldn't flash over a wall to at least get flash for flash. Instead, he gets that exhaust. Xing Zhao doesn't even have to flash away for that, so he makes a play towards the bot side instead. And this is Karthus. This is the way you're meant to play it. We said late invades. What is he doing? He's late invading, able to steal away this camp, and guess what he's going to do afterwards? He's going to escape. No one's going to see him. Oh my god, does he smite this?
Oh my god, there's the game.
That's so toxic.
They were like, hang on, we're not playing like this. What are you doing in our jungle?
Their reaction time, incredible from that jungler. He's definitely typed Alt F4 plenty of times on his keyboard. He's like, guys, Karthus in jungle, what do we do? This is bad. It upsets me because Karthus has done so well. I bet he watched last game and was like, oh my god, that could not be me. Goes to his coach or to himself to be like, how do we counter this? So he's already stolen away those raptors, and it'd be great if he steals away the red, right? Because of course, it's always good to steal stuff away, but worst case scenario, Vi, where can she go? She can either go towards her bot side blue buff, or she can go on the opposite side. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh my god. Yeah, Vi is not having a great time. Fruity Carrot probably just...
Oh no, don't keep going.
Oh no, this is horrible. Also because Fruity Carrot has to flash out of that situation to stay safe because level disadvantage and almost all of the life bar is already gone. So now we have a Karthus that fully invaded the enemy jungle.
Huh? Karthus was, my god, a best early game jungler, clearly. You think Kha'Zix is good early. You play, I mean, what can you even say? The funniest thing would have been, sadly they can't do this because of prio, is if Karthus actually went into the enemy jungle and just kept bullying out Vi. The only reason he can't do this is you actually see Vertex being able to not get prio mid, not get prio bots, they can't move. But Karthus, going on his blue buff, should be able to clear that. I'm going to be curious if he wants to go for a 6-camp clear towards the bot side or instead try to go towards his jungle or towards the bot side, because there is an opportunity where Fruity Carrot could still psych away.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering if Fruity Carrot is looking for a counter invade at some point here, because you would have the opportunity,
level 2.
But you're a level down and you're also a little slow. Right? So we already see Karthus almost being done with topside jungle and then moving down towards bot side whilst Vi still has a whole buff to work on. So this is not the greatest start of the game here for Fruity Carrot. Now looking
really-
towards that blue buff.
Look at what Catchy just did. He placed a ward down towards the red buff to make sure that he wasn't going to get invaded. There was one already done by Faulty toward the Raptor camp, so they knew that Vi never went for that. And then a ward there, of course, in case Vi wanted to try and steal the red buff. So every single point of the game, Vertex has been there to defend this Karthus. So now when we look at that CS lead, 32-12, it's going to, of course, lose one of the Scarlet Crabs, maybe two. But do you really care? You're already level 4, almost level 5, and even though bot lane's looking... I mean, bot lane's completely fine.
Bot lane's looking decent, it's even.
I mean, sure, you've given them a free reset, letting them get a car of a 3-stacked wave, but does that matter? No. Your Karthus is your win con, and they are 20 CS up. And Fated Ashes, like that clear speed is insane now.
It is absolutely insane, and they seem to have taken a lesson from what we just saw in game number 1 as the first Scout of the Weeks connects onto Faulty here. Has to be a little bit careful as Vi is still in the area. But it looks as if the Karthus is moving towards Topside River only to
Is he doing it
realize
again?
the Scuttle Crab is gone. But looking
enemy
for
camp
another
up?
invade? You could go for another invade.
Don't say he steals this.
He's trying to...
Okay, he stole the small
something.
one. He stole well, one of the small raptors, but this is just unfair now, isn't it? He could just walk in and just bully them out. He's actually looking towards top lane here, and crucially has not been spotted on a ward just yet.
And now he's looking to maybe pick up first blood here as well, as we get a deep dive here from Kiana, trying to make it out of this situation. Being bullied just a little bit. Another shield coming up should be enough for now, but now maybe the possibility here for Fruity Carrot to look
Fancy
for
free.
something as well, but has to take the way back into the own jungle in order to stay safe. But yeah, this is a lot more proactivity than what we saw from Karthus in first game. So I'm hyped about this.
Yeah, really great plays. And the big thing for Karthus as well is when they went towards that play topside, he had no camps available. He did all of his camps way too fast. So he went for that play, lost nothing, and now his camps are finally coming back up. He just passed towards the bot side. And when we start looking at these levels, Hikari, level 5, level 4, on towards Fruity Carrot. So he's slowly scaling up towards that level 6 point, where this mid lane 1v1 is really going to be heating up, as if there's a slightly positive trade for Faulty, get that ultimate on top of it, and you just find that kill.
Void Grubs now on the map, and we might be seeing the typical trade of first Drake for first Grubbies, and it looks as if we're looking towards exactly that, as the Karthus is moving towards top river, whilst Vi is now starting off that first Drake of the game, and both bot lane and mid lane with their prio moving towards it to make sure this Drake for sure goes into the pockets of Nuclear Vikings, whilst the Karthus is taking their alone time here in the top river, trying to pick up these first 3 Void Grubs, which, again, Renekton with Void Grubs on side lane will make your life a living hell, because at some point you have to find an answer into that split push, and most teams really struggle with that.
You also have to remember, LeBlanc is on the team, wins against Syndra late into the game, so now their 1-3-1 comp that it's seeming like they're going for is now so much stronger. They're hopefully going to be able to get those 6 Void Grubs later on into the game, but this still is just a masterclass from Vertex on how to play weak side. You are losing prio in every lane except for top lane, but you're still finding things. You still got yourself a lead in your jungler, and most importantly, you could just do this.
You can do whatever you like, but now maybe here a situation, maybe a possibility for a punish, as Faulty reacts pretty fast, but now it's the numbers advantage here for the side of Vertex, who will pick up first blood onto that LeBlanc in the mid lane. Really nicely done, and exactly what we want to see.
Yeah, I'm not sure why Catchy was able to go towards the mid lane there, but it's the power of the Yezreal, though, a champion that isn't really... It's kind of falsely known as a safe laner, and being able to push out that wave, as we get to see again exactly what happened is every single time a Raptor camp has been up, Akari's been there. So of course he's being able to smite that away is 2 levels up on this fight, and of course the move from this rail is able to pick up that first kill, the first stun, and with this kill going over towards LeBlanc, we talked about the mid lane being important in the 1v1. Look, Lost Chapter, both of them have, but crucially has that blasted one. So now the damage coming out from this LeBlanc is going to be so much higher.
It's definitely exactly the start of the game that you wanted here for the side of Vertex, as Nuclear Vikings keep up their push in bot lane as to be expected. But so far, not a lot of jungle attention towards that bot lane. Fruity Carrot looking towards top lane instead, maybe trying to find a way for Qiyana to
Just
get
look
even
at
more
what
prio.
Karthus gets, though. This is just all the Karthus show. Last game, it looked terrible. This game, it looks unstoppable. They
Oh my
saw right
God.
towards the top
Double
side. He could just
blue.
steal this.
Oh my god, getting double blue onto this Karthus is absolutely
They
horrendous.
do know.
Arrow coming through, going a little bit wide, very
That's just
nicely done
toxic.
here to steal away that blue buff and try to use it as a weapon. However, there's just a lot of damage coming out already. Charm sitting on top of that though, and we get a kill here for the LeBlanc, for the Syndra, who has to use flash as well, but now the damage output is not very favored for the side of Vertex, as Nuclear Vikings get to pick up a bunch of kills themselves and therefore keep the blue buff safe, as Qiyana has to find a way to flash out of this top lane situation. Not having the easiest time so far against Sharpie on that Renekton, who gets to push further and further. Another stun sitting, but with this ultimate forcing Sharpie away underneath the own turret, it's not going to be enough for a kill just yet.
Oh,
It's
that
a
was
typical
actually a
top lane
mistake from
matchup.
Qiyana. He actually didn't get the freeze off there they wanted to, but looking back at this fight, he wants to try and steal away this blue buff and get himself out. But with Syndra stealing that away, he doesn't actually have the tempo he believes he has. So of course, priority we talked about in mid and bot lane allows them to move first. Amazing stun, gets the first kill over, and then now they just have to get themselves out to safety. Be happy with that 1 versus 1, but they just overextend
Oh my
for a little bit
God.
longer, making
Yeah.
it where Vertex... It's just so unlucky, isn't it? They had
Painful.
3 times where he was on 0 HP, but that last ability just couldn't land. Fortunately, though, Hikari does have his first item completed, is going to be able to have a little bit more burn in towards his pockets. Nuclear Vikings will be looking towards mid here. Remember, Vi does have that ultimate.
Yes, but we firstly got a look at top lane where Qiyana is trying to push it out even further. Now Scavally connecting here onto the enemy mid lane, being rooted underneath the turret, but it's enough for
can't move.
another kill, which is really, really nice in order to move towards the second set of Void Grubs, which is very important. You don't want to give up all 6 of them. No Drake on the map just yet, so all attention towards this topside river.
And this really has to come down to the play beforehand as mids.
Yeah, has to be a little bit careful here.
This is too
Looking
far.
for another engage. Stun sitting on top of that, but is the damage enough as the charm comes through? And it's going to be a kill being picked up for the Syndra again. Little return kill here, but no possibility to go even further, as Kachi has to flash that in order to make it out alive. But it's gotten really intense over these past few minutes.
And this has to come all on the back of that blue buff play they made earlier, because that he dies and he can't find that reset earlier means that he isn't going to be there for the objective first. But before all of that, Nuclear Vikings versus Nectorious in this bot lane, going for that 1v1 is just the classic ADC versus ADC. Not being able to hit every single ability, isn't able to win it, but that ultimate flash gets themselves the kill. And Broddle, what a close fight down towards the bot side there.
Yeah, very, very close. Maybe even the minions working on the
Minion
side
death.
of Vertex here.
Dragon
Making
will
sure
be started though. Priority down towards the bot side. The benefit of getting that kill is he was able to reset a little bit quicker, push out that wave just before, and same towards the mid lane. So now, Nuclear Vikings, they're trying to come in, but when you have a jungler like this, you just burst it.
And the Drake is down. Ash Arrow going just a little bit far here, not really finding the target that was intended, as Fruity Carrot has to flash here in order to make it out of that situation. But it looks as if Vertex are a little bit on the chase here, with even Sharpie being in the area. Karthus ult coming out, not doing the damage that they necessarily needed in order to make this play work, as Kachi has to be very careful. Had to tank a bunch of tower shots right there, but everyone is being respectful to that situation, as Qiyana gets a bit of alone time on top side here. Very good for her to farm these platings of the turret and maybe even find a little bit of a CS lead of that whole situation with Sharpie being down on bot side.
Big thing about TK not going for that demolish means that yes, he's towards the top side, but won't actually lose too much for that. But still, Sharpie, you never TP there. Your team got the objective, you scale better into the game, you just let your casters farm as much as possible. But that Void Grub fight that we talked about earlier, yes, it went in favor of Nuclear Vikings, but it didn't go that much in favor. So he should be able to steal 2 of these Void Grubs away, get 5 into that pocket. You talked about that Renekton. We have the LeBlanc as well in side lane later. They're going to be able to demolish these towers a lot quicker now with those Void Grubs.
Little bit of, yeah,
It's got messy.
It's not the greatest situation to be in here for Nuclear Vikings, giving away 5 of these grubbies, as Nectarius has to be a little careful. Is being slowed there by not Sandwich, but not enough to actually commit for anything further, as the Rift Herald has now spawned on the map. Let's see who wants to work towards that. I think both teams would really like to get the Rift Herald for their own team here in order to maybe open up mid lane, which is the most important.
I think Nuclear Vikings would like it a little bit more than Vertex, because I think anytime you could just leave your casters to farm, you are just happy as this team comp. Even with top lane, bot lane, sure, they'd rather get a lead, especially Renekton, who does downscale the longer the game goes. But it is not important. That's why you're seeing the casters instead running straight towards his top side, just going towards the enemy jungle. It is constantly littered, so they will always know when Karthus goes towards there. But yeah, should just be a free rift out here for Nuclear Vikings.
Looking really good with Syndra gaining the prio in mid lane again. They should be able to get this one uncontested, as even Qiyana is moving down as well. Doing a really good job pushing that Renekton underneath his own turret. And now even going for a little sneaky proxy farm, because why not? If you have this much lane prio, why not?
I think it's more important. You got the heart still, and you got the Bramble Vesting towards your pocket. There's no way Renekton is ever coming anywhere near killing you. So Renekton smartly finding that reset should be able to find the Rift Tail towards the top lane, get tower. But we're going to have to see if Vertex can find anything towards his bot side.
And it looks like it, as Kashi's looking for an engage here, but with the TPs coming through, it's a numbers advantage again for Nuclear Vikings, and maybe the overstep here for Team Vertex, who did not pick up a single kill in that situation. Now Qiyana diving over the wall, wants to find a way. Nice arrow being cleansed right away here from Nectarius, trying to make it out alive, but it's really hard in a situation where you're just outnumbered like this, and it's Qiyana with the kill onto the Ezreal. And this was a very, very nice, set of actions from the side of Nuclear Vikings, who really get some prio over here.
I'm liking this from Vertex. They want to try and go for the engage here, but the problem is Karthus gets picked off before any of this happens. Nuclear Vikings, knowing that they wanted to make the cross-map play, knows after the top lane tower, let's just TP in and let's just try and stop this. So they get the top lane tower, get pushed towards this bot lane as well, and should just be able to pick up this tower just a little bit afterwards as Qiyana, this top lane of the TK. It's so tanky. After everything they brought, especially with that heart still, there's no way that a Karthus, LeBlanc, and Ezreal can get through that anytime soon.
Yeah, definitely. So looking back at these first few minutes of the game, I don't want to say it looks one-sided, but for me, Nuclear Vikings seem to find the better picks, the better situations, which open up the map for them a lot more. Now, what can you do on the side of Team Vertex in order to, gain a little bit of control back?
They're just always answering the plays of Nuclear Vikings. They need to make plays themselves. That's the way to get back into this game. You have a Karthus that just wants to full clear. So why are you trying to tower dive? You just full clear. You let this champion do what this champion does. But because they're trying to match the early game aggression that is on Nuclear Vikings with, of course, the Seraphine and the Ashe having the prio, it's never going to work, especially when TK has that teleport on top of that. If you know they're going to go top lane to make that trade in play, either you don't match it and just try and farm as much as possible, or you instantly match it, because you saw how they were slightly late on that play, especially the Karthus on trying to roam up. That means that there was always time for Nuclear Vikings to find an answer for it. If they did it when that top lane play was going to happen, can TK TP in? No. Can the mid laner move yet? No. So they should have been able to find it there. So a little bit sloppy from Vertex, but overall, I'm really liking how this game is going. I think it's a lot closer than I was first expecting, especially with this Karthus. Found plenty of great invades early on, but they've really stabilized well of helping this Vi get back into the game. And I constantly keep thinking about that bot lane invade on towards that blue buff. If that went well, I think the game's over. I think Carthus just gets too far with a lead, flies way too far out the game, and they just lose. But because they were able to defend it, and most importantly, find a couple kills to snowball that into a couple more, this game is a lot closer.
For sure. And I think the important part is that it seems to be a little more controlled. I think Team Vertex, they know their way around this Karthus, as opposed to last game where it just felt like Karthus is being punished over and over again. Yes, he has been dying quite a bit here as well, but at the end of the day, it is a strong CS lead, and they need to find ways to just trust that scaling that their team has on their hands, as Qiyana is looking for a little action in mid lane again. She seems to be very, very mobile now, as top lane has obviously been open up. She can find ways to roam around the map a lot more and maybe even enable plays here and there for the side of Nuclear Vikings, as the next Drake is about to spawn, and it seems as if Nuclear Vikings want to pick that one up.
Yeah, you just let it happen. I don't think you ever need to contest this. Play on the opposite side. Try to find this top tier 1 is going to be your best option. This Renekton, though, feels really out of this game, especially against this TK with only having that first item completed. They needed to find a bigger lead. Now, this TK is just never diveable on towards this side lane. So Nuclear Vikings going to get prior towards the mid lane, as maybe they find a pick towards top side.
And they can look for something as the Karthus is being bullied here. Ash Arrow connects from downtown, very important here in order to find a way for Vertex to maybe come back, but it's really rough with Karthus being down once more. Ultimate not able to be used in this scenario, and it's an easy double kill here for the side of Nuclear Vikings, who can now push even further and go towards that next Drake. And again, I wonder why Harikari is looking for something there in a 1v1 situation. It's not the position you want to be in right now, right?
Well, I agree. 1v1 situation, terrible, but it actually wasn't. We had the support of Catchy coming up to try and help with the play. Had the flash available there, but the problem was Ash found an amazing crystal arrow on towards that support. So in that 1v1, not having that lockdown, it's so hard to try and hit these Qs on Karthus. So of course, Syndra finding that outplay, securing themselves the dragon, and completely stopping Vertex scaling into this game, because yes, they had a 2,000 gold lead early on in their jungle. That has been absolutely negated, being 0, 4, and 2, and now 2,000 gold behind.
With this, Nuclear Vikings managed to pick up that tier 1 turret in mid lane. My opinion, the most important turret within the game in order to open up the map for yourself, give yourself even better of an approach towards mutual objectives, and also opening up enemy jungle, which at this point, even the CS lead you have on the Karthus right now is not making the difference you would necessarily want, even though gold looks very promising.
700 gold lead, you're happy with that, but with a 40, almost 50 CS lead, you expect a bit more, especially with how far ahead he was. You have to be kind of upset with Vertex for not pushing their lead more, not looking to invade the enemy jungle more and more and more. But because they haven't, Nuclear Vikings, a very comfortable situation, have 2 dragons in their pocket. I expect them to go for this soul as their win con. They don't have to do anything else, but nobody's defending this bot side on the Nuclear Vikings. This is so funny. Vertex are doing the right play here by trying to find a pick here, but Nuclear Vikings not trying to defend their waves means that they don't find anything.
There is nothing there except of the wave that they cleared out at this point. Now crashing underneath the turret, but Qiyana immediately there with the reaction as the rest of Nuclear Vikings are looking to push further towards this mid lane, keeping the pressure up and forcing Vertex further and further back into their own jungle and maybe even into their own base. And with Nash on the map, I wonder who is going to pull the trigger on the next team fight. 3 minutes until Drake, which should be contested for the side of Vertex, as you don't want to give up soul point just yet. Qiyana being rooted here by Faulty, but just tanks the turret as if it's nothing. And with the help of Syndra, they will easily clear out this wave and even push for the turret possibly. Yes, that's exactly what we're going to get. And I'm looking for a reaction here by Vertex, who seem to be pinging towards that Nash pit. But again, it's the jungler being attacked. First off, in every team fight, they have found their sacrificial lamb. They found who they want to kill, and it's always Karthus. with the ultimate coming out. Not enough. Another kill here for the Syndra as another root sits on top of the enemy support. Tanking another turret shot now going in. Faulty tries to clean up the fight as possible, but there's no way for them to find any reaction towards this. And it's an absolutely disastrous fight here for the side of Vertex, who give over 4 kills. Renekton nowhere to be seen, and this is an easy Nash for the side of Nuclear Vikings.
Faulty and Sharpie both had their teleports available. Nectorials trying to push out that mid wave, but it just feels too little too late. As Sharpie now needs to make a miracle happen.
Can't find a way in at this point, being stunned, being thrown back a little bit. Now the good thing here is that everyone is dropping pretty low, even the Nash doing a bit of work, but at the end of the day, it is Qiyana again showing up for her team, finding the kill. No Nash, but at least the team fight.
Yeah, it was just a fantastic play. Crystal Arrow constantly finding either on towards this jungle or the support to catch up this fight. And the double TP is what I want to see from Vertex. They are just constantly too late on these plays to try and join. So Nuclear Vikings in a 3 versus 5 find the first kill, find the second, and here is where I would actually like them to stop. I wish that they just went in towards the enemy jungle to try and contest this Vertex. Should be able to pick this up.
They were looking for the 50-50 Baron and they found it. Very important objective here. It's not going to win them the game, but at least going to give a little more balance to the whole situation where Nuclear Vikings obviously have most of the power and control on the map right now, looking towards that next Drake spawning within the next 50 seconds. Now, the question I have is, from the position that Vertex are in right now, how much can they actually do with this Baron, and would they want to give up the soul point in order to, you know, work with this Baron buff a little better?
I think you just need to get a little bit more going in towards your pocket. Play for top tower, try and get prio in mid as much as possible, and get as much gold towards your pocket, because you don't think you're going to be winning the team fights just yet. But the biggest winner, and the reason they got this ban, has to be Sharpie towards the top lane. Do you remember that outplay where we saw Sharpie find the solo bolo onto Fruity Carrot? Because it was the jungler who died, it allowed Vertex to get themselves this dragon or baron.
Qiyana looking for a little bit right there, but it's just not enough yet. Karthus ult coming out, possibly for vision in order to see where everyone is hanging out on this map right now as Nuclear Vikings put their attention towards Soul Point. Now, this is the situation I was wondering about. Do you want to push for that Baron buff, or are you looking for a Miracle Steal here towards that Drake pit? Vertex now moving into the situation. Very nice Magnet Storm here coming in as an engage from the Rel, and it looks really good so far. How much more can they get out of this? Nice wall being put up there from the Karthus in order to pick up that Drake, and they found the objective they were looking for. Now, is there much more to get from this fight situation as healings coming through here from the side of Nuclear Vikings, who will walk away just a little wounded as Faulty is looking for that next turret.
And they actually corral them towards the mid lane, allowing LeBlanc towards the bot side to pick up another tower into their pocket. So only 400 gold behind now, and Vertex played this fantastically. Seraphine and Ashe towards the mid lane, aren't able to join. Faulty, Hikari, both flash over that wall to join this team fight, meaning that they're in an amazing position to try and contest this. And this all just comes down to collapsing on 2 members. Nuclear Vikings, you can't defend mid and take Dragon. You either have to do one or the other, and because of that, Vertex get themselves the Baron or gets themselves the Dragon. Now it's 2 apiece.
Really, really important Drake here for the side of Vertex in order to balance out the game even more. They did pick up a turret on bot lane, but then again, mid lane tier 1 still standing here for the side of Nuclear Vikings. And that's the one you really want to get in order to open up the map a little bit more, even out the game state as much as possible as we look at the dead even gold scale on top of our screens.
They did get 2 side towers, at least. Karthus as well, 2 items in, almost at that 3. Big possibilities they want to go for this Vi.
Crystal Arrow coming out, immediately being cleansed. Very nice decision to go with the cleanse here. Obviously, as the stun hits Kachi, who might not make it out alive, has to be going down here for sure. Another kill onto the Syndra, who did use the ultimate, so 2 ults gone from the side of Nuclear Vikings. Is that something you can work with on the side of Vertex? as we see Sharpie pushing a little further towards top lane, but with the TP coming in, immediately decides to go for the disengage.
You just look for a flank towards the mid lane. I'd love if LeBlanc looks as well at the team, but you can see that the collapse coming through 5 versus 3 here.
Putting down vision as well in order
It's just
to
that mid
really
lane
see.
tower, isn't it? They can't actually go for this collapse in until they find that mid lane tower. Maybe if the support of Kachi didn't die there, they would have been able to push in, go for a 5-man unit there. And that's the one thing you see a lot from these 1-3-1 team comps, is they push outside, collapse on mid lane for these team fights, especially when you have a LeBlanc and Renekton. If they can find a flank onto any member except for this TK, they should be able to blow someone up, especially with that Karthus ultimate.
This mid lane tier 1 turret, it's always coming down to that being so important in order to be able to move around the map, in order to just be a little bit more advanced when it comes towards possible teamfight situations. However, with that still standing, it's kind of a life insurance for Nuclear Vikings at this point in the game. As Vertex not really finding anything on the map right now. No objectives up just yet as we look towards the next Drake as well as the Nash within the next 2 minutes. Just trying to push out waves, even out the wave state, and taking a little bit of push away from the side of Nuclear Vikings.
Level 6 or level 16 is almost up for this Karthus. They look towards top lane. They do not have the damage to get through this TK.
They do not. Kiana trying to play with her food just a little bit here before ultimately probably going for the disengage, as we get a really nice pick here on mid lane. And this is important for the side of the Nuclear Vikings, who get to pick up yet another turret and now can push forward even further. Even though the wave is very thin, they still look to find something more as they pick up another kill here onto that Ezreal.
But you see the redemption, you see the W from Seraphine. They tried to deal as much damage to try and stop this push, but they somehow, after the amount of damage, actually had more HP than the start of this. And the big mistake they did was Kachi going towards that top side. Rel, you never killed that TK. You're never going to get anywhere near to half HP on that champion. Because you weren't in the mid lane, you allow them to engage in your Ezreal, so you lose that mid lane tower and you lose the life of your ADC. They need to be more together, and I'm starting to get concerned from this Vertex side later into this game. Karthus, sure, he doesn't have that level 16 ultimate, but do they have enough damage to get through a Seraphine W and, of course, the redemption on top of it? Because right now, I don't think so.
Really, really hard for Vertex to really find anything here, because Nuclear Vikings, they're doing a good job at standing together. You don't really find those picks in side lanes, and even if you find Kiana, who's gonna kill her? There's no one on that map with enough damage so far, but they are looking for another sneaky Nash. Being caught though by the eyes of Brody, who used that Ashe ability to look towards the other side of the map, as the rest of the team for Nuclear Vikings are looking towards that next Drake. However, Drake going down very, very slowly, and without their jungler, they didn't really find a way in order to contest that Baron. Now with the second Baron, there has to be a bigger outcome here for the side of Vertex. They really need to pick up these turrets now in order to actually put pressure on the side of Nuclear Vikings, as they find another stun onto that Syndra. And it's an important kill because Syndra has been doing so much work. However, now they have to commit all their powers, all their members onto Kiana, who's shielding herself one more time, finding another stun, and it's a double kill already for the Ashe as Kiana makes it out alive. This is not what you wanted to look for. It's enough to find another kill onto Not Sandwich, but Kiana in the end still standing as you use so much.
And that's going to be a minute 30 of their Baron type. Nuclear Vikings going to clear these waves as hard as possible. And this top lane TK is looking like a fantastic pick. You thought it was all going wrong when they found the pick off onto Ankyros in the jungle, but it's all about what the TK does afterwards. Because of course, Vertex, knowing that the enemy jungle isn't here, it's a 5 versus 4 if they find this engaged. So a flash over from Kachi in towards that first stun, gets the first kill, but look at TK, finds a W onto Nexteros and is able to hit 3 auto attacks into the ultimate, finds the first kill and just doesn't die. That shield plus Seraphine on top of it, it's just over. This TK could just flash out to safety. What a fight. And then, of course, because this fight went on for so long, it gives an opportunity for Fujikawa to come in. Yes, the sandwich does die, but it just doesn't matter. They get rid of that Baron practically.
Incredible game here by the side of Nuclear Vikings, who seem to find pick after pick, punish after punish whenever the side of Vertex seems to overstay. They seem to have the exactly right answer for it as another Crystal Arrow hits onto Kachi here. Thankfully, being quite tanky, can find a way to at least survive for now, but with another Scath of the Week connecting, there's no way to really make it out alive.
Yeah,
It's
you
these
might need
types of
Merc
picks.
Treads.
Yeah, probably.
That's happened like 3-4 times this game. Get yourself the Merc Tread. You might be able to survive it then. But great pick from the Ashe. Hit, I think, almost every single ultimate I've seen. Only one has missed on this side, but because they spent all 4 members down towards the bot side, it has given an opportunity for Faulty to get that top lane tower in the 1-3-1. This LeBlanc doing so much on towards that side, of course. Qiyana going to be comfortable here. TK, 3 items completed, and of course that Bramble Vest on top of it. It's just so unkillable for this top laner.
And that's my biggest concern, because yes, you have Faulty on the side lane doing a lot of work, you know, pushing out these waves, picking up objectives here and there, picking up turrets, but you still have to find a way to punish Qiyana. And so far, it has not been possible. She has been absolutely unkillable, and I don't know if anything that Vertex can do will be enough in order to, you know, still push side lanes and at the same time find an answer into the enemy side lane threat. As another Crystal Arrow going wide this time.
6 for 2. Now 2 misses. We'll accept it. But you made a fantastic point there. Who kills them? Karthus is literally the only one. Ezreal never will have the damage to do so. Renekton, of course, will not be able to. LeBlanc, you're laughing. Because just look at that damage taken. It is practically 0. So Nuclear Vikings, just keep Qiyana as your main tank and you should be fine.
He's even tanking the turrets. She's tanking the turret shots, and it just does not matter. That health bar is not going down, and this is the biggest issue that Vertex have to face in this game, with Qiyana being able to scale and scale even further. Now, on top, they Faulty going underneath the turret, playing this really aggressively, not picking up the kill, but at least keeping the pressure alive for now, as the rest of Vertex are still looking to defend this bot lane tier 2 turret, as Qiyana steps forward once again, trying to at least clear the wave here. And it's become really messy in a way where it's just, there's no clear line. You don't know where to move here for the side of Vertex.
But you're seeing the power struggles that both of these teams are having. Nuclear Vikings can either have this TK towards the bot lane with the rest of the team, being able to keep shoving them away to get ready for this objective, or can head towards the top side to deal with the LeBlanc. Otherwise, Syndra on this side lane, you saw before, barely can hold on. Will be able to tank 1 burst damage from Faulty, but definitely not 2. So they need to make sure that they play this objective very quickly with their team corp. Otherwise, there's a chance where maybe Vertex can play for this top lane tower instead and try to pick up an inhibitor.
So we've been in this game for almost 35 minutes. At what point will Nuclear Vikings stop scaling, and where can actually Vertex find a way in? Because there was just another kill being picked up. Faulty being down so shortly before the Drake spawn is an absolute disaster, because this could be the secure soul for the side of Nuclear Vikings, and maybe even the game if they keep playing these team fights. Stun coming out, they pick up a kill in return. No jungler here for the side of Nuclear Vikings. That's the good news. As Harikari is looking towards some heal.
Man, I love TK. Look at that champion. Full HP, running around the rift, having the time of their life. Really nice play, though. Finding that pick off onto LeBlanc, and you just have to question, yes, LeBlanc, you have a way to try and stop one ability, but they just got so many.
Another stun coming out here again, as Qiyana is on an absolute killing spree now. Look at the damage that ult does. None. Not even Karthus ult can even, you know, tickle Qiyana in this situation. Just drinking some tea, emoting just for fun, because there is nothing that can stop this Tahm Kench at this point in time, as another Crystal Arrow connects here onto Sharpie, who's going to go down pretty easily, because there is nothing you can do on the side of Vertex, as Nuclear Vikings look to push that mid lane wave in even further, and now turning their attention towards that Baron Nashor.
And they just need to try and go for side lanes, Vertex. They know they can't take any fights. Anytime they do, this just happens over and over and over again. So we see LeBlanc in the bot side, might be able to pick up a tower, but it just feels like it's just too little too late. They should have done this 15 minutes earlier, 20 minutes earlier, because they had the right idea early of not fighting and scaling. But then they just kind of decided, hey, we don't want to play the way we want to normally. Let's just take fights instead.
Looks really, really rough now with the Soul and the Baron on the side of Nuclear Vikings. They have set themselves up for success quite well here. And now they just need to look towards that push in lanes. All lanes currently pushing towards the base of Nuclear Vikings, but they have this front line, they have this power on their draft right now, and we're looking at it. It's Qiyana just completely frontline, being an absolute massive tank for the rest of the team and giving them the ability to move forward. Not even Ezreal ult to clear out the wave is enough here, and with this push, with this buffed up wave, maybe even Nuclear Vikings looking towards the end already as another Karthus ultimate coming out. And we see Karthus ult doing some damage onto certain members, but not on the ones that you necessarily need, because as long as Qiyana is alive, this fight is just not winnable. Roddy, staying back as you're supposed to in that position. And they're looking towards this bot lane tier 2 turret once more.
More importantly, they got the redemption as well. Whenever that Karthus ultimate comes through, counter it with that Syndra towards the top side, stop this connection. Should feel pretty comfortable. Already got that bot wave push from earlier on. They can just take the first tower with ease. Just expect them to keep running through the base.
Faulty looking to find some poke here and there, not Sandwich obviously. Being poked down quite a bit, but again, it's that heal as well on the side of Nuclear Vikings that just keeps them alive for such a long amount of time. Whilst Syndra had the opportunity to push out that top wave, she now gets to TP in here and help the rest of the team out. No wave on bot lane right now. That's the good news for Vertex. But they get to push on different sides of the rift right now. Qiyana even diving into the enemy base as if it's no issue at all. Still no wave coming in. Wave now slowly pouring into the base as they're looking to find this next inhibitor. They're moving forward. They're pushing even further. Baron buff still available to all of the members. It's a bad news here for the side of Vertex, who have to look for one last fight, maybe one last moment to stay alive. They're moving forward, but again, the kills are just coming in. The damage output is just too big as Qiyana can take many members at the same time, buying time for the rest of her team while they are looking to find more kills onto Vertex here. Qiyana diving forward once more, throwing Hachi into the own base while they're looking to finish off this game. It was 40 minutes almost in this banger match, and it looked close, but Qiyana, the absolute difference maker, absolute MVP here for me.
Yeah, it has to be MVP. It's just Qiyana and friends at this point. Everyone else is just living in Qiyana's world. Wow. Karthus, I want to know your opinion, because early game looked so fantastic, but even though they got through the early game, Karthus just didn't feel that good.
I mean, I liked the early game. We saw exactly what we were missing in the game before. So I really like that we have this direct comparison, right? We got to see what it could look like if you play your early game well. However, I feel like the rest of the team just didn't play well around it, if that makes any sense. We had these situations where Karthus was being picked up quite heavily, several amounts of times. And I just feel like if you draft Karthus, it seems like you have to find a different way of playing around it in order to make it work. And both teams today struggled with doing so, and therefore didn't really get the chance to enable the Karthus in a way that was necessary. But in this particular game, I felt like they were just lacking damage overall.
Yeah.
There was nothing they could have done in order to kill off that front line for the enemy team.
You're so right. So TK, one of the tankiest champions you could pick up. Has difficulties, of course, in the early game if it's going against either a ranged champion or anyone that has, like if you pick a Gwen into it, for example, not going to have a fun time. However, pick it into a Renekton, Yes, please. Oh my god, I want to play that.
Yeah.
Even I could probably win that 1v1. However, of course, much better players than me are on the Rift. But the big thing is, never had prio though. Like Arthas did it. It constantly, whenever it tried to go towards the enemy jungle, the enemy team found counteractions, and that's the way they got themselves back into the game and eventually won it. Was flanking and finding a way to stop this Karthus finding the lead, especially this Ashe. Those crystal arrows were on point every time they looked for a play. Somehow, one of them stunned. I don't know how, but an arrow always landed there.
Yeah, that's for sure. And also, what I gotta say is that even though Cartus had a really, really nice lead when we look towards CS, and it was huge, don't get me wrong, it was a huge CS lead, it didn't really make any difference at all. And I think that's something that Vertex have to take back with themselves towards the drawing board and really evaluate what went wrong here. Because neither of the possible carries, looking towards Faulty and also Nectarius as well, did have any chance to really carry the game. I felt like they were always on the back foot compared to the enemy team, where we had a really strong Syndra, always picking up the kills here and there, finding really nice Scath of the Weeks. And overall, the team just worked a lot better for the side of Nuclear Vikings. Whenever someone found an engage, the rest of the team was there to follow up on it. And that is something that I missed on the side of Vertex. So that's maybe something to look into. What would you say were positives to take away for Vertex, even though they go out with a loss here?
I mean, fantastic play from the jungler. I think if you get your jungler to hyper on like a hyper carry or anyone that can just carry the game's late game, I think you're in a pretty solid position. Side lanes get a little bit prior into there, that's fine. It's not like the side laners really lost, but they didn't find that lead, especially with the LeBlanc into Syndra matchup. You expect when they get on towards the side lane, you find something, you find extra damage for the Karthus ult on top, but it never happened. So play for the jungler. That's the way they can get themselves to win here.
Definitely. As we look to the other side, Nuclear Vikings, they put themselves at a really, really comfortable 4-1 position right now, moving up to that, top spot again in the table. And I feel like they can be really happy with what they put on the map here today. I felt like they looked very comfortable and a lot more controlled. But yeah, as we don't have a lot more time to talk about all of this before the next games are starting, it's time for us to say goodbye. I had a really fun time. It was really nice.
That's the
joining you
UKL then,
guys.
you know?
I loved it. I loved it. And I cannot wait to be back. I want to cast in English a lot more. Obviously, need to figure out some wordings as my brain keeps on
don't know
thinking
how
in
to
German.
feel about that. You put on like a proper English accent.
I don't do it on purpose, honestly. I think it's just because I watched a lot of movies as a kid.
Yeah.
But we're being forced to go into break. I can see the little note on the bottom of my screen being like, "Go to break now." So thank you guys so much for watching. The others will be back shortly with the next few games. Thank you for joining me in the cast today, and I hope we see each other soon. Goodbye.
Hello and welcome back to another day of the UKEL, and what a day it's been so far. I feel like it has been very classic UKEL. Ruddy saying that they will win when they want to win. We also got to see Nuclear Vikings in a bit of a scrap that seemed one-sided but then went on a lot longer than I would have expected. Obviously some interesting Karthus pathing in the start, but we're now on to game number 3. So before we get into that, let's introduce the desk. Welcome in Pivotless, welcome in Luna. Obviously not your guys' first rodeo, but how are you guys feeling about today's games?
You know, what I've seen so far, we're 2 for 2 on Karthus. I'm not expecting to see a third, but it's certainly created some very scrappy games. So I've been enjoying it so far. Let's see how the rest of the day goes.
Definitely
Okay.
very excited to see the last half of the day, especially with some of the teams we've got coming up in these games as well.
Yeah, no, for sure. Let's talk about who we've got coming up, because obviously this is now a repeat of day one that we saw a little bit earlier on in week one. So it is kind of bringing back a lot of old memories, a lot of teams that have faced each other. Gucci going to be kicking us off with Belfast Storm, and obviously Gucci, the more newer team on the block. Luna, we're going to go to you first here. Like, obviously a few new roster changes seem to have worked out for them, but talk us through the team a little bit.
Yeah, so Trova, Sorium, Scouse, and Water have been with this team since the start of the tournament. They are very, very solid in their own right. They get exactly what you need them to do done when you need them to. But Shin and Maro, both new to the team. I believe there was a statement put out as to the reasons behind why, but they have come in to fill in the shoes of BB and Zifi, I believe, were the top and AD carry before. And from what I've seen so far, they're looking solid. They're looking pretty good. I'm excited to see how this changes the dynamic against a team like Belfast Storm, which is the team, if memory serves, they had a really close early game against, and then the mid and late game just kind of got away from them. So I'm really interested to see just how this plays out for them longer term, and if this matchup specifically is something they can come back from.
Yeah, and then flipping it over to the other side, right? Belfast Storm, a team that has been known in these parts for quite a while, right? The team itself has been in this UKL scene for a little bit, but it's a little bit of a new roster coming in, Pivotal. So do you want to talk us through some of the star players on this one?
Speaking new, but there are certainly some staples of a UK scene here. We look immediately towards Synapse, Vixen, and Dunlosi composing your top side, and we've seen a lot of variety out of Vixen so far. I recall relatively recently we had a game on the Xerath, where even though the rest of the map was sort of collapsing around them, we still see just a phenomenal Xerath performance, and it shows that this team does have carries in all places. Synapse's Udyr remains a relatively speaking mandatory ban, and Mr. Freeze on the Ezreal has shown up big time as well. Also has shown a lot more champion pool depth. So I like this Belfast Storm roster. I think they do have carries in all positions. They do have potential to play out the map with any single one of their lanes ahead, or indeed Dunlosi, a big Hecarim Lilia enjoyer. If we look back in time a little bit as well, we've seen the Lilia so far. So I think they are certainly no easy match for Gucci, even with the changes they've made.
Yeah, Dunlosi, very famous, especially to the stream, especially if Doctor's on it, because he always screams about Dunlosi getting away with it. Is he going to keep getting away with it today? That's the question. That is the question. The Poppy hasn't been brought out, I believe, so far by Dunlosi, which is a little bit interesting because I feel like the pick is so strong at the moment, but we haven't seen it in the jungle, so maybe we get to see it today. But either way, setting up for this one, right? Obviously, Gucci bringing in a few new flavors. They look a little bit better. The fact they beat Verdant as well is a big statement in this group, considering the Verdant have only lost once. And I do wonder if Belfast Storm are maybe feeling that pressure a little bit, but I've got to ask, what are the picks we're expecting, right? I believe we are on 14-19, right? I should have checked this before we went live. We are on new patch. We are on the crazy Shen Shield Bash meta, right? What are we expecting? Any new picks coming through, Luna? Do you think we might get something different?
Anything that uses lethal tempo in the bot lane is looking very, very strong. Jinx is seeing a rise again. Kog'Maw is seeing a massive resurgence with a couple of different builds. In fact, Ashe, Xayah, not MF, Kai'Sa, all very strong with this rune as well. So if you can find the angle to fit one of these champions in, it's not going to go amiss. There are also, non-lethal tempo users that we are seeing. Aphelios is always a comfortable one for people. With the changes to create AD carry items, you now have a solid build path to go for that champion as well. So there is a lot of depth available to you across the board for the bot side of the map. And then for top side, you're looking at tanks, you're looking at mages for top mid, and then like a bridge jungler. That hasn't really changed too much outside of mid lane going from AD carries to mages.
Yeah, I want to actually talk about top lane. Pivotless, obviously, that's your main role. And you're also from a team that I got to say, shout out to Chester Gaming, right? Shout out to the Cats. But like, it's in a way, you had your fair few drafts that went a little bit sideways, right? We got to see some very interesting mid lane picks, especially going out from your roster. Is there anything that you think in those solo lanes could come through that maybe hasn't been really played at the moment? Is there anything that is kind of in the wings that could maybe come through either top or mid?
So we'll see how the bans out here play out first, but she has been relatively mandatory ban. She hasn't been banned every single game, but she does seem pretty high priority, and that is of course Aurora. Two-way flex, extremely good in top lane, has very few unplayable matchups, so I would not be surprised to see her come out into the top lane, or indeed use this for flex into the mid lane matchups is we do see these bans come out, and naturally the Udyr, which is something I would very much expect to see out of Synapse if open, is taken off the table. So outside of that, you start to get into a really interesting top lane meta where a lot of the time you're not allowed to pick these AP top laners just because there are so many good AP champions in other roles that you're forced to flesh out your damage profile from top side. However, the majority of really good top laners on this patch tend to lean into AP itemization. So we haven't seen it too much. It used to be picked a lot more into the Cassante, but of course the Mordekaiser comes to mind as a champion that is really good in this kind of meta. We do open on a Sejuani though, and this is an old staple. We've been seeing this one for pretty much the entire year so far, with the exception of our Zyra brand, nothing else is playable metas. And as you mentioned, Luna, there's a Jinx.
Yeah. No, indeed, the Jinx going to come through. Obviously, a couple bans that we would have expected, as you said, the Udyr being taken out. The Aurora, not banned, though. So you mentioned it. It could definitely still come up. It's definitely in the mix. I am also thinking, you're talking about a lot of AP. Mundo has to be going up in priority in terms of top lane, right? Just because of the fact that so good with Spirit Visage, so good against AP champions, but one tank that will always be in the top lane until they nerf it. And I do wish they do nerf it. Is Cassante. It's been picked up, you know, like, come on, man. Can someone get rid of this champion at one point?
In fairness, they have just given him the mini rework that was kind of like announced for him a while back, where you have a bit more damage at a base, but you have a lot more tankiness and a lot less ability to just completely run through a backline. It does take you a lot longer to kill these targets, with some of the damages being significantly lowered or outright taken away from some parts of your kit. With a Poppy ban on the other side, you're not afraid of that coming out of the woodwork either, which has to be banned away if you want water on his best champion, which is the Rakan. It does leave you open to this Gwen choice, though. Picking the Cassante so early as well is very, very interesting when you do look at the fact that things like Gwen and Mordekaiser are so strong and are so free to be picked at this point in the draft.
And we had this conversation within my own team a couple of days ago. So I'm coaching on the side, little primary shindig. And we came to the conclusion that 14-19, it's a little bit slept on, but Varus is probably one of the premier blind picks on the patch. Not only that, very good into Jinx, because you can flex your itemization whichever way you happen to need the damage in your team. If you need AD damage, you can still go that lethality build. But of course, the on-hit Varus very good right now as well. I will note about the Cassante-Gwen matchup is, in the past, there were certainly ways for Cassante to win it, particularly in the early game. You can outplay the Gwen. It's not like she has an abundance of damage in her early levels, but now that they have made this Cassante W so much more telegraphed, you can't change the direction once you've begun the cast. You are locked in whichever direction you choose to go. It makes it extremely easy for Gwen to kite around this Cassante and skirmish, and the matchup I would suggest is even more Gwen favoured than it ever was before, even after the Hoxpix buffs to this champion.
Okay. Luna, you want to say something?
It's something slightly unrelated, but I'm seeing a Sylas ban into LeBlanc Cassante Jinx. I'm seeing no real Sylasable ults, but if this gets locked in, it makes a lot more sense because you don't want to give the Sylas a free way to get to your backline. It also, this is a very interesting draft out of Belfast Storm because ultimately it gives you this one identity of we are diving your backline. Problem is, you've got a Jinx at the back. And if the enemy picks Thresh away, you don't have any safety. It's likely we're going to see Thresh picked away because Varus is another one of these immobile hyper carries that needs to be able to reposition, especially in a game like this where on hit it's absolutely looking like your best avenue of choice for damage.
And this might sound crazy, but I am known for some crazy suggestions. Pyke, I feel like, could also be kind of good, like especially for Gucci, like maybe no one's feeling it, right? But what I'm saying is people dashing in, you just dash out, leave that trail behind you. It's a nice little peel tool, a little bit extra damage. You've got a lot of high damage and burst there that Tristana picked up. I'm just saying there's a possibility, but I do think it is going to be unlikely there. Tristana picked up there another ADC. The 2 ADC meta continuing pivotless. What's the last pick going to be?
Okay, if we're looking towards supports that are good for Varus, you have Rel here is open and still fine, even if Cassante is pretty good at peeling. You don't necessarily need more engage when you're playing with a Sejuani. You could also go for peel. So Braum is actually a phenomenal lock in here. So what this suggests to me, Gucci is looking to play strictly into 1-3-1. You're going to have your Braum and Sejuani playing to D-push waves with a Varus in the core, typically in the center of the map. When you're playing at 1-3-1, you're going to want the Gwen matching the Cassante on one side of the map and the Tristana matching LeBlanc on the other side of the map. And whilst this kind of composition is a lot harder to execute, and I will concede, I do not think that Tristana is in the best spot on this patch, even post Hotfix buff. I don't think she has a lot of good matchups. She's fine in the early levels into LeBlanc, but she does have a tendency to get 100 to 0'd. And this Lulu is a curious one for me, because we were talking a couple seconds ago about how Belfast Storm really want to commit to dive, and they don't really have a dive buddy for Nocturne right now, outside of maybe LeBlanc.
Yeah, it's very dangerous to be looking to go backwards, especially now that you've got the Braum and Tristana in place. You've got Buster Shot and Unbreakable to try and cut through as a Nocturne LeBlanc. It's very, very hard. Traditionally, we will see Braum Jinx be the subject that Nocturne is trying to go and blow up and fail miserably. I'm not sure how it's going to work in this situation, because I think if you're coming from two separate angles, it's absolutely going to work out fine. You're okay. But you're looking at Jinx Lulu, and suddenly you're looking at a more front-to-back situation, and that is very hard for a Nocturne LeBlanc to exist in. My other concern is this might not actually be Varus bot lane. I don't know if this is still actually playable, but there was the Locket into AP Varus build in the mid lane, and while it does give you a very AP heavy top side, I think it is just as good, if not better, into the LeBlanc. While not in the early game, you do kind of have much more safety in a side post 6, and Tristana much better for the 3-man if you're looking for an ability to play a fight backwards.
I will
Yeah, I had
defer
one more.
to... No, go ahead. It's okay.
Yeah, I had one more consideration, which was Nocturne. Obviously, we're talking about 1-3-1 strategy going in for Gucci, right? Obviously, Nocturne notoriously good at ganking side lanes, right? Notoriously good at making 1v1s, 2v1s, and I do wonder if maybe that's the kind of energy that they wanted to go for. They maybe were like a little bit worried about that potentially being the threat with the Gwen being so good in the Cassante, that they were like, okay, if we are going to have split pushes, maybe we can deal with that like that. There's not loads and loads of engage coming out from Gucci, right? Obviously, pretty nice with the Varus and the Sejuani, but it's not a mass team fight lockdown, right? It's not going to be as crazy as something like the Rel or the Leona. So I do wonder if actually Belfast Storm were playing it to kind of counteract the fact that there is going to be the 1-3-1. And now it actually, in my mind, puts a little bit of an alarm bell towards that Tristana if they do decide to match up that LeBlanc, where you already said they could be at quite a lot of danger.
Yeah, there's a world where there's Tristana, so a build that I've seen cropping up a little bit on this patch, because we are used to seeing Kraken Slayer, Blade of Ruin King rushes out of Tristana, and we're starting to see a little bit more of the Essence Reaver first item. The only true flat AD crit item that is still really purchasable as a first item, right, wanted to promote Yuntar Wild Arrows, but good lord is it expensive. And so it's very easy to go Essence Reaver, Navori, Infinity Edge itemization. You have a lot nicer of a curve, both in terms of gold and in terms of your E. The Chainsplit were made this patch to be Explosive Charge on Tristana. That ability scales colossally with Crit Strike on this patch. To the point where previously, if I recall, the maximum amount of crit scaling you could get on the E was in the 40% range. It was a nice little extra chunk of damage. On this patch, 100% crit chance with Infinity Edge, your Explosive Charge will deal 110% bonus damage on top of what it already is meant to do. Which means your 4-item Explosive Charges can do in the realm of 1.5k. It's very easy to just remove a champion from the map. And it means buying this crit itemization earlier, pretty good for her. We were mentioning the Varus mid. To defer to something that Jackie's was doing quite a lot on the LEC during the last split, you do also have the option of playing Lethality Varus in the mid lane, especially into a matchup like LeBlanc, if you want to avoid having too much AP on your top side. So it's only flexible, and we'll have to see how the draft plays out once we're in game to see where they choose to put these champions.
Okay. I got now to ask the tough question, right? Who's going to win? After the draft, who's going to pick up this one? Luna, you go first, then Pivotless, you go next. Who's taking this one home?
I think it depends. If we see the good adaptations come out of Varus and Tristana, like Pivotless mentioned, you've got this new Tristana build coming through. A lot of people are opting to not take any attack speed items in this build at all and just build flat damage and relying on that rapid fire Q. Plus the Varus itemization, if you can pick the correct build and still have utility with the amount of peel you've got around you, Gucci on paper should be taking this no problem because they've got a better death ball. They've got a better ability to play front to back. But if Belfast Storm are able to get Nocturne LeBlanc rolling and suddenly this Tristana Varus don't get to play the game, it's a whole different ball game. In an even playing field, my vote goes to Gucci.
Okay, Pivotless.
When I look at the side of Belfast Storm, I see a composition that desperately needs to blow up first target. And on the opposite side, you have a Braum and a Sejuani, two champions that are extremely good at preventing you from blowing up first target. You have a Nocturne with no real dive buddy, Casante's in a pretty bad matchup. I would suggest, in fact, across the board, lane matchups are not great. So I want to say, I respect Belfast Storm's players a lot. I think they're a very good team. But to my eye, this should be Good Chi all day long.
Oh, okay. 2 for Good Chi. They're on the upswing. Can they keep that going? Big questions to be asked. Obviously, we've already seen the draft. Hopefully, we should be getting into games soon. I think we have about a minute and a half. I don't know if people can actually see that, or maybe they think I'm just psychic. But either way, it is a sentiment where it's a good setup, right? What I do like about this one, and what I liked about this UKL so far, having it all look through the stats, is it's very close, right? It's really, really close between these teams, right? We have 3 2-2 teams going into today. We have only one team with 3 wins, which is Verdun, and Belfast Storm, they're 1-3, right? So they're slightly below the pack, but everything could change in a matter of a couple of days, Luna. And I feel like this is what we want in the UKL, right? We want that competitive nature. We want that close table. We want those games where it could go either way, and I feel like this is exactly what we've got right here.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And the best thing is, you mentioned Belfast Storm are 1-3 currently. The team they beat is the team they are facing today. So this is a revenge arc for Good Chi, but it's also Belfast Storm saying, we aren't the lowest. We are the second lowest, but we aren't the lowest. So it's gonna be explosive. These drafts definitely show the Belfast Storm, they want to just stick it to the man and keep going and going and going until it works for them. Will it work? Time will tell, but I'm expecting a very bloody game, if nothing else.
And Pivotless, I gotta ask you, how does it feel like going up against the team you've already beaten once, but now they're starting to get better? Or on the flip side, going up against a team that has beaten you once, like, is there a little bit of a mental advantage or disadvantage going into that game? Do you feel like it makes people want to win more if they lost before, or is it maybe that little bit of a, like skeleton in the closet?
So when you wrap around, and be it, in the case of a double round robin, or in the case of matching a team against in playoffs that you might have beaten already in regular season, a lot of the time, especially if your first game was very, very close, both sides are then pressured to say, okay, if you're on the losing end of that, you're saying, well, the result was wrong. We made some mistakes, and we've adapted. We want to show that we are better. And it lights a fire in you. Whereas on the other side, if you won a game but it was very close, perhaps you were behind for the majority of the game, and you just managed to pull it back at the last second, you have something to prove in the sense that, okay, we want to show it wasn't a fluke, but at the same time, you might say, okay, well, if they have improved since then, it can worry you a little bit. You start to, if you fall behind in the early game again, you might say, okay, well, do we have what it takes to come back a second time? So on the one hand, it certainly gives you some fire. It makes you really want to compete, but it can also worry you.
Okay, will it be fire or will it be water? We'll find out which team wins. We're going to hand it over to the casters. Luna and Rory B, take it away.
Thank you, JV. Oh, we're syncing up the thank yous to start. Yeah. Hello, Luna. Hope you're doing well. And this has been a very interesting draft to me. Specifically, the ordering of Belfast Storm. That R3 LeBlanc, I feel maybe it created a bit of a dichotomy in the draft, because then they felt like they could pick Nocturne. But if you're going for a heavy dive, I actually believe that going Nocturne on R3 might actually be better for the bans overall.
Yeah, I agree. I think it is very difficult to put yourself in a situation where you are showing too much of your hand, right? Especially in a situation like this where you know that LeBlanc's been picked, but you don't, you want the Nocturne on 4. You don't have a dive buddy for either of these. You're just going to hope they work together. And then you get Brahmed, and it's like, well, what do we do now?
Yeah, it's a great point. Coming back to what Pivotless was saying on the desk, maybe suggesting it could be a Varus mid. I'm quite happy it's Varus bot lane, mostly because Varus mid can just get eaten alive by a Nocturne whenever you push up into your lane. So Grant went for the much safer option, Chova picking up the Tristana. Likely will have the push level up to level 3, and then once LeBlanc starts getting some AP, because of the Tristana changes, LeBlanc's slowly going to start winning that push.
Yeah, I think another important thing to be looking at in this early game, right, is the jungle pathing. Now, based on the lanes we've got and where we're seeing these junglers start, I'm not expecting anything to be happening in this early game. I'm not sure about you, but it looks like something pretty slow until these first objectives start to spawn.
Yeah, I'm not expecting with these champions we're going to be seeing any early dives at all. Maybe Sejuani if one of the lanes really messes up, but overall, I think we're just going to be seeing a power clear. I'm assuming Gucci are going to be playing towards Grubs when you have Varus Tristana. And Belfast Storm trading that for Dragon, honestly, I don't think it's that bad of a trade. Both of them are getting what they want and showing how they want to progress their game plan.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, that's worth mentioning again, this is the, I believe, second game of this split. We are seeing Shin and Morrow in their roles respectively for Chi, whereas Freezed and Varin and Synapse have been around all split long. So see how they match up since the first time these two teams played each other. Now, is there any of these matchups that kind of surprised you outside of, you know, the draft order? Were there any of these matchups you weren't expecting to come through during draft?
You know what? Honestly, no. It was basically I see your pick, I reply. The Lulu maybe, which was pointed out on desk, but maybe they're just terrified of Shin after seeing their performance against Verdant last time. And just seeing how, I believe it was, the Varus was 5-0, 4-0, and Shin just walked in on the flank and murdered and got a free 600 gold shutdown. As we're seeing a bit of a skirmish on the bot side.
We are. Cleanse already blown from Freeze, as we can see Morrow stepping forward, flash away from the piercing arrow, and a flash backwards from Morrow to stay safe. That is 3 summoners blown for 4. Your Braum still has flash. Just Sejuani is still in the area, but as is Dunlosi walking in from the jungle, going to walk straight in on Sorry I'm Scouse and have a bit of trading, but the bot lane is nowhere near the stun. Not going to quite land, going to force Dunlosi to flash away. Still looking as Varin is under the tower, going to get tagged by the concussive blows, but will secure first blood onto Morrow. Now Sorry I'm Scouse trying to run away, going to get tagged up by the Zapper and fall under the tower. We're only level 3, but we're seeing dive after dive as Dunlosi picks one up as well. Varin's life will be forfeit, but it's 3 for 1, and we're not even 5 minutes into the game, Rory.
You see, now I feel a bit silly for saying there's not going to be any tower dives, and that's not the lane special. Like, yeah, they heavily lost the 2v2, and Gucci really suffering for that there. Sorry, I'm Scout's actually reading the play very well, knowing that Dunlosi spends so much time putting priority into this bot lane. I believe in the last 2 matches, the Java was just kind of ganking. Vixen taking a bit of damage here. Shin, solo! That's Ignite, Cassante!
Wait, everybody's there. Everybody's there. Shin is dead in top lane, soloed by Synapse. Dunlosi's life drops in the mid lane to Chova as 3 members come to back up this Tristana. Vixen gets out on a sliver of health, and suddenly we're seeing fighting all across the map. Varin now aggressing forwards in the 1v2 as a Lulu. It's not something I expected to see today, but honestly, I'm here for it.
I can't believe we missed the Ignite Cassante. I think Shin may have missed the Ignite Cassante until really started burning. Yeah, just underestimating that early tank damage there. Gwen not having enough AP to really make the healing influential. And wow, way more bloody game than I was expecting from these level 6 comps.
But to be fair, I said it before the game. I'm expecting this game to be bloody. I was not expecting it to be this bloody this quickly. Yeah. I'm not going to lie to you. 2-2 and 1-3. These teams were always going to be scrappy, but scrappy and whatever we're watching now are 2 very, very different things. Not only that, but we saw Synapse get the solo kill in a matchup that does not favor him, right? This Cassante able to take down the Gwen in a matchup that notoriously is always very difficult for the Cassante, especially since this mini rework.
Yeah, really difficult. You should never really be able to land the flip on the Gwen if she has the Hallowed Mist up. She has so much true damage. Dunlosi once again chilling out bot side.
Stuck again. Dragon is up, as are Grubs. We can see Sorry I'm Scouse on the bot side as well. Water, looking, hoping, praying that there's not a Nocturne, but there is. Does get tagged up by that Q. As the Unbreakable, the Poly comes in onto Water. So far, Morrow completely untouched. Concussive blows as the Winter's Bite does tag Dunlosi. The stun is blocked away from by the Spell Shield. But Sorry I'm Scouse has arrived, and Chove is not too far behind. Concussive blows, lands a second time, and Dunlosi, your life is forfeit as Morrow gets on the board with that kill. And it's 1-0 with the Dragon available. 4 members for both teams in the bot lane.
So originally looking good for Belfast Storm, right? You got your Nocturne full HP. You know Braum is about to place a ward or face check it at least. Unfortunately, they weren't tracking whether Water flashed in the previous play. hadn't, which meant this amazing catch they thought they had, Dunlosy actually ends up overextending, trying to get the fear off onto water, and that just means the layering of CC from these Freljord champs is so brutal, and Nocturne at this stage of the game has barely any HP, no tenacity, no defenses, and just gets murked.
Absolutely does. We can now see Dunlosy trading up for grubs, licking his wounds after that Hextech Dragon goes across to Good Chi. Able to pick up at least one, if not all three of these, completely uncontested now that both solo laners are back in their lanes, respectively. A lot of defensive, a lot of MR coming through from Synapse, and while I appreciate you're into a Gwen, it might just be the only MR on the enemy team.
Yeah, it's a lot going on here, but then again, you're into Sejuani Gwen for the first, let's say, 14 minutes. So building this much MR and putting into your first item is fine, as long as you properly itemize past that. I want to see a Thornmail, maybe we'll see a Frozen Heart come out. The issue is, Cassandra usually wants to go Iceborne Gauntlet first, but into AP champs, just that armor is such a sink that you just can't afford to go that route. So you have to go this almost, it looks a bit clunky, but it works build.
Yeah, absolutely. As we can see, another bit of trading in this top side. The Sauriam Scout starts to work his way up. The Needlework goes wide from Shin, and there's the all-out from Synapse. Just looking to get a bit of damage down. The Ignite is ticking down on Shin. Sauriam Scout's just keeping this Cassante CC. There's the ultimate from the Nocturne, goes flying in onto Shin, and Shin's life will be forfeit. The knockback lands on Sauriam Scout, and Synapse will grab a second for himself as well. This top side, you drafted for it, Good Chi, and it's going completely against the grain for you.
Yeah, falling apart slowly but surely. You're putting so much pressure onto this Cassante, who's built super defensively into both your champions, and it just feels so bad because your entire bot side is up for Sauriam Scouts, right? So you're losing so much tempo to make this play. Aware that Dunlosy is hitting 6 and will have Nocturne ult up to join from a long distance away. So maybe just underestimating the damage they could put down on the Cassante, think it would be a lot faster than it was.
Yeah, I mean, once this Cassante's popped all out, he is still quite squishy, right? But with the changes, not quite squishy as well, as Vixen appears in the bot side, looking onto Maro. The chains land, but is flashed away from Piercing Arrow, being charged, tags onto 2. The Glacial Fissure knocks them both up as well, but Mr. Freeze has gone completely untouched this entire time, and Water, we're going straight down the river, left alone by his AD carry, as it's just a 1-for-0 in the bot lane.
Chaos on the side lanes right now! I don't think Good Chi have had their flash up, both of them, at the same time since 30 seconds into the game.
No, I don't think so.
Brutal. And Shin, who had such a good time on this Gwen last time they played against Verdant, now is getting bullied to hell from this. I'm going to call it the damage Cassante, because even though they weren't Koenig Rücken, they can still apparently 2v1 with this Ignite. And
Yeah.
I got to ask, with these, how is this Tristana going to be able to take over side lanes when the Cassante will eventually get armor items that can match her and can just stand in and tank all her autos, or your LeBlanc will just one-shot you?
Yeah, gets very, very difficult. We can see another fight on the top side. Shin already half health, has to pop the Needlework to try and get a bit of a slow as the all-out comes in. And it's going to be all she wrote for Shin. Synapse just going to walk the Gwen down, and the Dole from Camavor is nothing but a shadow left on the Isle.
Yeah, so if you're new to the Cassante mini rework, they basically gave his all-out to W a ton of damage for the caveat of not being able to change direction, which means if he manages to tag you, you're losing about a fifth to a quarter of your health immediately. It's so much damage.
Certainly is. We can see Water Flash put in the bot lane,
Ooh,
the Glacial
good
Fissure
footwork.
and the Winter's Bite both go wide. Gust of Flow's finally going down, but the cleanse is available. It's immediately cleansed away from Maro, trying to get wide damage down the camp, but the Corrupting Chain does nothing. Team safe, the flash away will keep Freeze alive again for now, as Varian has to flash as well as a TP on the backside as Chova has appeared. Vixen now coming to support her bot lane, and it looks like it's just going to be dissuaded for now. Vixen still hovering, looking for Chova, does jump forwards. Again, with that ultimate, Ethereal Chains miss. Dunlosy is here, as you say. Rocket jump away under the tower onto Water. That's not really the person you want to be jumping onto as this Nocturne, but it does enough work to force Good Chi back and a beautifully played skirmish by the Belfast Storm bot lane.
Like, Mr. Freeze's movement there was incredible. Just completely duking out everything Water had to throw at them. But weirdly enough, after all that outplay from Belfast Storm, Gucci actually, I'd say, come up pretty good out of this. None of them die, and it says Sejuani gets all 3 grubs here. Oh, Chova actually maybe going for Vixen here. Has Sejuani in the area, but no. Calling back off that. Dunlucy will get the Ocean Dragon, as we're seeing Varen join mid lane just to help out Vixen, make sure Chova doesn't get too many of these plates, because Vixen really wants to reset right now, it seems.
So Does going to use that ultimate to try and pop the backline. Minions will be another plate going across to the side of Chova and Good Chi, but able to sway it a little bit. The back not quite stopped, left at 0.1 of a second.
We're about to see a bullet come flying through the air and hit Vixen coming out base.
Bunk. There it is.
There it is,
Not
yeah.
even full health. Not even full health.
Oh dear. That's lane over right there.
Clonked off the cranium.
We're looking at Rift Herald coming up very, very soon, which we might see our first big 5v5 around that. But honestly, I think Belfast Storm might rock up and Gucci say, you know what, you can have it. Shin is so weak right now compared to Synapse. And even though your Tristan has got her item, I don't think it matters a huge amount.
Not with the changes to things like the items like this Kraken Slayer anyway. It's like Pivotless was mentioning on the desk. We have been seeing an Essence Reaver based build coming forwards for this champion, but it seems Chova not going to opt for it this game. We can see just a little bit of fighting. The Chain of Corruption was used in the bot lane just to get a bit of a chunk onto Mr. Freeze, and it seemed to do the job. It definitely chunked him, but not meaningfully. Asarium Scouts walked straight into the face of Dunlocy. He's just going to be able to get away with that Arctic Assault, though. Does have the Paranoia up, and Chova is a bit far forward, so if Vixen can find the Ethereal Chains, we might see something happen in the mid lane. Meanwhile, bot side, Freeze taking the tower, going to get tagged by the Glacial Fissure, and suddenly this Jinx will have one very good movement 1 minute, and awful the next. Varen now the next on the list, almost dead to the hail of arrows, but Dunlocy to the rescue, comes in and manages to take out Maro. Now the Glacial Prison will tag onto Dunlocy, and this Nocturne should fall as well, and it's a 2-for-1 in favor of Good Chi in the bottom lane, but Mr. Freeze getting tagged to start that play is very, very dangerous.
Yeah, unfortunately Mr. Freeze trying to seemingly greed the autos onto Water with that rocket form, steps a little too far forward and starts taking tower aggro, which just gives the call for Water just to go hard in, lands the Winter's Bite and the Glacial Fissure, and then it doesn't matter if Varen has all these defenses to give Mr. Freeze, she's done. Dunlocy tries to bail out Varen, but unfortunately, it's seemingly the Avengers of Good Chi rock up. Saurium Scouts flash Glacial Prisoning, Chova coming over the wall, and they clean up overall pretty positive play for Good Chi. Not a ton of summoner spells invested.
Now, definitely a net positive play. This Herald now up and available. The Dragon 2 minutes away. We see Maro moving up towards his top side to match up Synapse. Water at his heels. We'll see if anything breaks out up there. Or Synapse is just going to play it slow. Meanwhile, the bot lane and the jungle for the side of Belfast Storm in the mid lane now trying to catch on to Saurium Scouts. But again, this Arctic Assault just such a good job. Does such a good job at keeping the Sejuani safe. Vixen shifting towards this bottom lane to continue matching up to Chova.
Yeah, Vixen able to push in that wave, maybe TP up top if they decide to make a Herald play. That is why Good Chi have brought their bot lane up to top side. Firstly, to get that tower with a stronger push, but also they can rotate it to get this objective slightly easier. We have a bit of time, I believe, as Saurium Scouts takes a few bullets to the back, but it doesn't really mean much because Sejuani. I did see Kerberos, who I think was the first big person or player in higher elo to bring Tank Varus to top lane, saying on Twitter about how he thinks a lot of people are playing Gwen wrong with this Nash's build conk situation, and actually Electrocute and then an a Magic Pen heavy build does a lot better into these top lane tanks that we see so often on this patch.
certainly could be a case made for it, as we just see a bit of trading in the bot side. The Chain of Corruption was used in that top exchange that forced Synapse to TP back to lane, so that is not available if a fight breaks out in the next 30 seconds or so. It is the only ultimate that was used in the exchange, though. Meanwhile, on the flip side, we can see a TP coming into the mid lane from Shin, just to try and save this tower. Will do so successfully, as we can see the rest of the Avengers squad moving in, but Chover's caught in the bot side. River Dunlosey going to pop that Paranoia and run straight in. The Buster Shot will just mean that Vixen secures her first of the game. She is now on the board, and there isn't a single member on Belfast Storm who has not found themselves a kill, a little bit of blood on their hands this game. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, 4 members strong. Gucci looking to push this tower down, will do so successfully, and with both Dragon and Herald up and available, we're going to see some kind of objective fight.
Yeah, it's kind of a mismatched pick, to be honest, right there from Vixen. Because sure, you get the kill, but yeah, it's awkward because you're using Vixen's flash, so she can't make the plays that she'll want to now for the next few minutes. Dunlosey wastes Paranoia, and more importantly, Vixen has to base after that trade. So yeah, you get the Tristana, but you lose so much in return from using your main team fighting tools of the Paranoia and the LeBlanc mobility.
Yeah, absolutely, and this mid tower will just be traded back now with Synapse shifting in. And it's very difficult, right, at this point in the game, as it's Belfast Storm, right? You're finding these picks, but you're not able to immediately transition them into objectives because of how the rest of the map is going for you. And it's very, very difficult. You are able to pick up this Herald, but you are down a Dragon, and you missed out on second set of grubs. So, you are on a little bit of a timer. Because the Drake stacking has begun for Good Chi, you have about 10 minutes until they hit Sol. You have 5 minutes until they hit that next Dragon, 10 minutes until you have to fight them as Vixen being jumped on in the bot lane by Sorry, I'm Scouse, Shin in the wings. Don't think there's going to be much
No
to be
flash.
had here. Permafrost does come down, but Shin popped the Ghost and then backstepped when the Permafrost came in. Now the Ethereal Chain's going to be dashed away from by Shin. Dunlosey is here as well. It is just going to be a skirmish, and that is
Water's
very good
behind.
if you are Belfast Storm.
Water is behind Synapse right now. We might try and see a play here. Synapse incredibly strong.
Is incredibly strong, but the concussive blows comes down, but taking no damage from Chover. This Kraken Slayer Navori, it doesn't have the cut through needed to kill this Cassante. We are seeing bombs come down left, right, and center, but it's just not enough. Doing everything he can. The TP coming in from Vixen as the jump forward from Chover, but Chover has no mana, and the arrow,
great.
it's just gone. It's gone to Vixen, and Vixen finds her second, and now Water's next on the chopping block, going to be donated across to Vixen as well. Shin does find Mr. Freeze in the mid lane as they're running down Varen as we speak. Myro will take that one. It is a 2-for-2 in the end, but there is a tier 2 being pushed in the top lane and 3 very strong carries pushing it down.
Yeah, these grubs are going to help take down the tier 2. Gives more gold than the mid tier 2. Many would argue mid tier 2 is better because of the rotation allowances. No immediate TPs here to try and save this tower. So it's a pretty even trade overall. But I didn't think Synapse was going to fall for the next 20 minutes of Tristana free hitting him. Like, this Cassandra now finished the Iceborne Gauntlet and just picked up another Chain Vest over the top
That's a
of
Jack
it.
show on its way.
Yeah, that's 100. Oh god, this Cassante will be unkillable even with 10,000 true damage, it feels. Sorry, I'm Scouse getting caught out here. Isn't
Just gonna
tanky
fall.
enough. Yeah, it doesn't have any MR in the build,
Vixen
which
is
means
so
Vixen
strong.
now with the Shadow Flame.
She is so
she's-
strong.
She's 4-0. Yeah, even though she's even gold with Chova, I know which one I would prefer to have on my team at this situation.
Well, speaking of Chova, going to get caught out. Vixen going to take a lot of damage to this Tristana. Jumps back to that mirror image. As Freeze is looking for this Tristana, does tag the Zapper. Just gonna give them the run around as this bot tier 1 is taken down. But Shin getting free time on this top tier 2. There's no one there to stop him as he's pushing this down. Vixen has reset and is running that way now. As Chova still being run down by Mr. Freeze, waiting on cooldowns if anything. The rocket comes in, so an execute is off the table, but going to link up with Morrow and Water, which makes Freeze's life very hard. Now has to go the long way around to defend this. So what looked like a good catch on the bot lane ultimately turns into a bit of a Benny Hill chase and nothing coming of it.
Yeah, I heard the music in my head. And
Right?
that music was hushed out by the cries of sorrow when you realized Gwen has a much better tower take than Cassante. And Shin just injected himself with about 750 gold.
Death cap completed.
Yeah, Death Cap completed. Is kind of loving life right now. Just able to free hit. Vixen wasn't able to get the base off early enough to stop him. And as we're seeing this Mountain Dragon spawn in about 45 seconds, we're looking in at the items. Both AD carries have 2. Really like this Blade of the Ruin King pickup from the Varus. But how are you going to cut through this front line of Belfast Storm?
Speaking of the frontline of Belfast Storm, Synapse found a way immediately onto Sorry I'm Scouse. We see TP's coming into the side. Shin linking up with the rest of the team as Vixen was Chain of Corruption in the mid lane. Now the full fight starts in full force though, as Vixen's caught onto the side with the Glacial Prison, and the Glacial Fissure goes onto the 2 tanks. Clone is knocked away as Synapse is completely deleted in all out and is traded back for a kill on Sorry I'm Scouse by Mr. Freeze, and now with Get Excited going absolutely rampant, Shin should be the next one to fall, able to get away barely, but the red buff will burn him down as Chover's next on this. It's a triple kill for Mr. Freeze, and Water and Maro have to run for the hills. Varen backed up by Mr. Freeze, running through the jungle. Vixen looking for a way forwards, able to find onto the bot lane, jumping forwards. Eddie would dodge away from the Winter's Bite for now, which keeps them out, stops their resets as the Baron is being started by the rest of Belfast Storm. It was a 3-for-1. Synapse the only one that falls, and Synapse, you don't mind if he falls because he's just your front line. Belfast Storm, and they get away with absolute murder in the mid lane and a Baron Nashor to boot.
And we were scratching our heads a bit about Don Lucy's Nocturne in draft, right? Where we were like, but Nocturne won't be able to get the damage off if there's no dive partner. Don Lucy's not going for damage. Don Lucy is going the, oh, you're permanently slowed build. Which just means...
That's a Randuin second!
Yeah, it's a Randuin's! Which means Don Lucy can tank up so much damage from this double AD carry. This Varus shouldn't ever be allowed to move at a speed more than 200. Just completely locked down. Shin unable to find any real purchase as well onto this full armor Nocturne. Just getting torn apart, and yeah, once Mr. Freeze got that reset, the red buff just allowed him to completely run down anyone who stood in front of him.
Yeah, it was a very well-played team fight. It looked so good for Good Chi as well, right? The Glacial Prison tags onto Vixen. The Glacial Fissure tags onto both Don Losi and Synapse. You think, okay, we're fine. But Mr. Freeze is sat free firing across the other side of the fight, and you don't have the damage to kill anybody other than Synapse, and that's on the caveat that he all outs. Now we are seeing Baron buffed minions pushing into the last remaining tower, inner tower, sorry, for the side of Good Chi as it falls and the inhibitors are all that left standing. Mr. Freeze running forward a bit too far as Needlework starts to tag down forwards. Synapse is here as well. Dunlosi's pop Paranoia going straight onto the backline. Glacial Fissure tags onto 2, but it doesn't matter as there's so much damage coming in. It's a massive knockup from the Wild Growth, and suddenly the Wild Growth of Belfast Storm starts to come. You see the storm rage upon Good Chi. Water, now the next person on the list, as 2 members already fallen, will go down, and the All Out will bring Chover straight back into the fight as well.
And it's
The inhibitors being knocked
exceptional deception from Mr. Freeze there, pretending to walk up a bit too far and bait all of Good Chi forward just for Nocturne to come in, slammed by Sorry I'm Scouts there. It's Baron cannon minions though, so the smite's not going to take it out. Trying to clear some of the minions to lower the tower defenses.
5 seconds on tomorrow. The Nexus is open in Belfast Storm. They came to play today. It was close against Good Chi last time. And as Maro runs out the base to try and kill somebody, anybody, they can't find purchase on anyone. As the Storm is too strong for you today, Good Chi.
And the desk had Good Chi as a 2-0. Both of you saying Good Chi was going to hard win from what I interpreted from that desk. And yeah, this Jinx Lulu did actually find purchase. Lulu using the ult more as a slow down engage tool for the Nocturne more than peel for the Jinx, it seemed, at least in the later fights.
Absolutely, and it worked to a T. Absolutely beautiful play coming through from Belfast Storm. Now, I don't think there was a point in that game where we were like, this is out of their hands.
No,
they look controlled, calm, cool, and collected throughout the entire game. And honestly, they flipped some very poor matchups. As Pivotless was saying on the desk, all their lane matchups looked kind of losing for them. They flipped them on their heads beautifully. The bot lane play into the solo kills top lane. It was a picture perfect game for them.
Yeah, and honestly, with these early game nerfs to Tristana, you're seeing like she wasn't really able to get as much of a push as she would have liked to join fights a bit earlier. Maybe if she had, especially in the bot lane skirmishes, we could have seen a very different match. But yeah, with all these damage nerfs, even I'd say maybe 100 total damage in the kit that has been taken out of Tristana. Maybe that could have been the flipping point. Maybe that could have got important kills early and really stopped that snowball, but it didn't come through. Didn't come through.
No, it did look a bit difficult. Of course, we are seeing the old Tristana build, so maybe the new build could have changed something. Maybe the pre-nerf Tristana could have carried the game, as you were saying. It's hard to say. But that is Belfast Storm taking the win over Good Chief for the second time this split. However, we're going to go to a very quick break, but don't go anywhere, because when we come back, we'll have our last game of the day for you. And honestly, it's going to looking to be a banger.
Oh, yeah.
And welcome back to the UKEL. And I feel like this has been a very warm welcome for me. You know, like I've come back to the league. It's been a while and it's still the same. It's still UK League of Legends. It's still crazy moments. And let's just start. Let's go top down. Let's just have a little review of how this game went. Pivotless, you could talk me through this, right? Because this is your role. This is your specialty. Let's kick it off. The K'Sante, it went pretty well.
Yeah, so the K'Sante Gwen matchup, as it plays out, is one that we understand where, as time goes on, it becomes pretty much unwinnable for K'Sante. The crux of that sentence, to cut straight to that issue, is the as time goes on. Because if you opt into the fights too early as Gwen, or rather if a K'Sante is just, frankly speaking, outlaning you, counters won't fix everything. And from to my eye, Synapse had an absolute blinder this game on the K'Sante. It was a phenomenal laning phase. And the fact that the K'Sante was not just up CS, which is a rarity in itself in this lane, but also just farming solo kills with some, frankly, really flashy plays. Beautiful. Genuinely beautiful to watch. Phenomenal K'Sante, especially for a champion that only got reworked recently and you're kind of having to get used to how clunky he feels now. It's really, really high level of play.
Yeah, and I feel like this game, like, there were definitely some back and forths, right? I definitely feel like it wasn't just one-sided. Like, I do feel like there was a semblance of this was definitely a closer game than maybe it did initially meet the eye, Luna. And I do feel like there were some moments where, you know what, it could have gone either way, but overall, I just feel like Bellstar Storm, they're just a little bit better on the day.
Yeah, absolutely. They made pixel perfect adaptations throughout the game, right? We were talking about adaptations that we wanted to see Gucci make, right, with the Varus and the Tristana and XYZ, but the adaptations that came out from Belfast Storm were just as good, right? This Nocturne not building to go in and one shot ended up with Stridebreaker, Randuin's first 2 items, and a Thornmail on the way as well, was just going in to be a nuisance and slow people down, keep them in range for Jinx, keep them in range for LeBlanc, and allow this Cassante to really start to blow people sky high. We saw it in that one of those very last team fights, right? Where we just see Synapse and Dunlosi going on one side, Vixen going on another, Freezed and Varin play a corner, and it ends so well for them because Freeze goes untouched, can flash forwards onto the Gwen and start to run the team fight over. And then again in that last fight, Freeze looks like you caught him out. There's a Cassante, there's a Nocturne, there is a Lulu. The LeBlanc has arrived now as well. It's so hard to play around this team that can just converge on your position in a matter of seconds, especially when they have adapted to allow themselves to do so and then play long fights out so incredibly well.
Yeah, congrats to Belfast Storm. I gotta say, well played. You're now 2 and 3. You're now matching Gucci, but who will you be matching later on? We'll find out because a few more teams could essentially hit the same scoreline as you. I want to move us on to the next game. It's time, right? It's time because this one gets a little bit more personal, right? This one is a little bit not just as it seems. It's not just two teams. A lot of these players know each other very well, and there is definitely a lot on the line in terms of bragging rights. Let's talk about the first team. Let's talk about Verdant UK. Let's bring these members up onto the screen. And Pivotless, if you want to talk us through the team that is obviously very well known in the scene and has quite a few big names on the hit list.
Absolutely. So Verdant is pretty live and die by what Little Pants is doing that game. Depends on how many beers he's had, really.
Yeah.
Because when Little Pants is on it, my God, this player is on it. Yeah, phenomenal playmaker. Really likes to lean into the champions like the Alistar that can get out of lane early, roam across the map, and just take control of the game. And with the addition of a Refresh, who has gone from a player who played carries very well to is able to play tanks now extremely well. And now it's just a lot of champion pool depth, a lot of diversity to that player that they now have a lot of strength on both sides of the map. Of course, UK scene staples in your Bear Trees and your Fuyus, and Tofu here as well has not been having a quiet split. You know, Verdant in general across the board has looked really good right now. They have dropped the one game, but certainly challenges towards the top of the table. And obviously, it's not going to be the easiest game today. Broad and Friends also have some fantastic names of their own, but yeah, Verdant is a toughie to crack.
Yeah, Refresh definitely a player that was really interesting when we first watched them join the UKEL, right? They played the Camille's, they played those Jacks a lot. And then there was a point in the season where they just started playing Ornn and it looked insane. So I do wonder if that's kind of the trajectory that we're going back to. Maybe they're going to go back to carries. We're not sure just yet. But yeah, also got to say, Little Pants playing Sylas. Like, that's something I quote a lot in my casting career. I'm glad we got to see it. I kind of want to see it again, but who knows? Let's go on to the second team, though. Let's go on to Broad and Friends, a team who I know pretty well, right? I have done a little production here and there. You know, it's a good time with these. What, Luna, talk to us about this team.
I mean, this is a team that you'll recognize if you're at all active in the UK social space for League of Legends. Of course, Governor, Trizzy, Nemly, Spark, and Zeta, all very talented players in their own right. And we have seen it throughout the Summer Showdown, throughout this split at times. They have looked very, very strong as a team, but they do have some problems that they can't seem to iron out. They seem to be a little uncoordinated at times, and they're struggling to find themselves a proper footing. I do believe this to be a rematch of the summer finals, so the Summer Showdown finals, I believe, was Verdant versus Broad and Friends, and that went the way of Broad and Friends for reasons that I won't say.
The Roddy Broads
Yeah,
but
which was a slightly different. It was a slightly different team. There were obviously a couple switch ups in a few positions, but yeah.
Sin and Jamsu being in that bot lane instead of playing separately for Roddy, because of course it was an amalgamation of Roddy Painkillers and Broad and Friends. But this is still a solid crux of that roster. Gov, Trizzy and Nemli all playing their positions in that finals and playing them very, very well, to the point Nemli Nico has become something we are citing almost every time this team plays at this point. You have to be banning this away.
Yeah, it's really solid. I will say, and I hope they don't hate that I say this, but we casted a little friendly the other day. The Nemli Ari is hit or miss, genuinely. So we'll see if that one comes out. Maybe Nemli's expanded the champion pool since I last casted them. But the player that I'm really excited to watch is also Trizzy. Right? We got to talk about this one. Like, not only known for Kindred, but Teemo jungle. Like talk to me about this, Pivotless.
So. And here's the thing, right, with Trizzy, is extremely competent carry player and is always prepared to put the game on his back when necessary. For Teemo, however, I still to this day, a week removed from when this incident, shall we say, occurred, I have many questions about what was the thought process behind the Teemo in question. Now, we understand Trizzy, very good Gwen player also, when we're looking towards these AP junglers. And with Gwen removed from the pool, we start to say, okay, well, what other AP options do we have that are relatively good into a Skarner? Now, Teemo is very good at out-clearing, just completely outpacing Skarner in the early game, and Skarner can't really keep up in terms of clear speed. Teemo can set up around objectives, and it's hard for Skarner to get in. What happened instead is Trizzy played the Teemo almost as though it were a Gwen, insofar as entering lanes, trying to take skirmishes, and frankly, by Skarner getting driven into walls, stunned, and one-shots. So we would like to see a little bit less of that today, perhaps. If we do see the Teemo come back again, I would like to see a little bit more of a move into the I'm going to farm, please stabilize your lanes play pattern. But I think there are better picks available for Trizzy, frankly.
Yeah, I would agree.
I do think it bears worth mentioning on the topic of this Broad and Friends lineup as well, Spark. The defending champion in terms of our regular splits, won in spring with it was Lions Creed Academy at the time, which was just the Cabbage family and co. Essentially is what that roster ended up being. And something that was played a lot in that finals by both sides was Kog'Maw, which is a champion that is very strong right now. So if Spark decides to go back to this champion that we know he can pilot very, very well to try and defend his title, I worry because this champion is not fair at the moment because tempo is so incredibly strong and so is Kog'Maw's damage.
I want to throw another one into the hat just because I think it's a little bit random. But we have seen Fuyu be part of a Twitch Cassiopeia bot lane, admittedly with Sin at one point last spring, I believe, in the UKEL. So you know what?
Yep.
Like Lil Pants plays a lot of stuff. Like there's a world where this could be a run back. You know, this could potentially be on the cards as well. You know what? I'm not against it. I'm not against seeing it. Like I think it would be fun. And who knows? It's a new patch. It's new items. It could be a new bot lane switch up. We haven't seen any lane swaps yet. You know, I'm not sad about that.
Yeah,
Is there a world? Okay, nobody liked that idea. Nobody liked that idea.
Is the happy number as far as lane swaps are concerned. As much as I would love to see us lean into something freaky deaky like the Cassio Pike or something in the bot lane, and we say, hey, do you know what? Let's stick that top lane, have it bully and Gnar for 5 minutes. It won't get any plates, but who cares? I'm never big on the lane swap. I understand why it happens, but we see Nico dusted immediately. We won't be seeing that one from Nemli. And for Gwen, also taken off the table. And we're seeing some extremely targeted bans in this draft so far.
And the Skarner gone as well, which means Teemo could... No, I'm joking. I don't think we're seeing Teemo today. But you never know.
All right, Super Chief, let's have less of that, shall we?
But Aurora gone, Gwen gone, Xin Zhao gone. Yeah, a lot of very targeted bans there, right? Banning out Trizzy, taking away Nemli's Nico, and a few other mid picks are going to be banned away from Broad as well. Taking out that Syndra. So definitely taking down the champion pool a little bit. Vi going to be hovered here, which I feel like... Okay, I talked about this the other day. I talked about this with Root actually on stream, I believe, yesterday. I'm not the biggest fan of Vi. I feel like Vi requires you to be super proactive. Otherwise, you essentially don't really get a lot done. And I feel like there's a lot of times where I just see it kind of fall off, but maybe it's just my my opinion that it is not necessarily the best. We are going to see Udyr instead.
Certainly is. And the thing that I find is when you're locking in something like a Vi, you have to keep in mind, right, you're playing against Trizzy. Trizzy is a pretty good Kindred. Kindred notorious for running a train on Vi, but the Viego, Also,
Second best jungler on the patch.
carry adjacent option, yeah, second best jungler on the patch definitely isn't going to be able to skirmish with the Udyr early, granted, right? Udyr is going to steamroll through your camps, have
But
pretty much complete control over 3 quadrants. However, if Viego is allowed to play around resets later on in the game, and considering that Udyr does fall off a cliff as you start to get items on your carries, Viego will be in a pretty happy position.
I do feel I have to say, though, that's likely going to Nemli for one. Nemli plays a lot of the Seraphine, played support, I think, for Broad and Friends in Division 2, so taking a supportive champion into mid lane, not a surprise. But when the only power pick that's really been banned this draft is the Syndra. Given over Udyr, you've taken away the Viego, so there are still things like, Orianna's still on the table, Jinx is still on the table, Kog'Maw's still on the table. What better way to counter the patch's power picks than to pick a champion that can be any other champion in the game?
I do wonder what he gets with the Udyr steal, but we'll talk about that in a little bit. We are going to get the Azir coming through, and that will be a pretty nice mid laner, right? I feel like it sets up well. I feel like it's timeless classic that can never really do too much wrong.
Certainly, it's a very stable pick, and one of the things with Azir as well is for a lot of matchups where he is capable of getting prio, and Udyr's favourite thing to have in the game, mid lane prio, because Udyr wants to play almost his entire early game in the enemy jungle. Having consistent push in mid lane is always a good thing for him. I think to the Viego Udyr point, I think it's the case that you do have access to the ultimate double cast, but you only have QWE, which kind of sucks because VR would be great.
And you don't take a point in Q, as far as I'm aware, because you just skip it. So suddenly this Viego that would normally have 3 other abilities has 2 and no ultimate, which is where all of the points are. Yeah, okay, maybe I'm rethinking this, but you still have the Azir Jhin you can take away from. Jhin, another really strong AD carry on this patch at the moment, right? We're seeing a lot of hovering. There's a Kai'Sa, there's a Kalista, there's a Kog'Maw. Why are we Let's be exciting, lads. Kalista would have been great.
Kalista would have been great. The Kog'Maw was hovered for all of about 0.1 second there, and honestly, I was excited about it because Kog'Maw dismantles Jhin. Not just in the lane, but for the entire game. Jin's only real option there is to play 3 screens away and pray. So
you play curtain call and then you leave.
It's they end up with another champion that's pretty good into Jhin. Kai'Sa is certainly a soft counter, but I don't know, when you're playing with something like a Seraphine that's very capable of enabling your champion to just run forward, Kog'Maw, a champion that loves to just run forward, would be
Kalista.
Extremely happy here. Kalista also another fantastic option if you feel like you're capable of bullying the lane. And what it comes down to now is both teams, in all likelihood, still to pick their top and support positions. We're of course assuming that the Seraphine will be going to the hands of Nemli in the mid lane, and the bans will be coming out accordingly.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
Ban into Little Pants.
I am quite surprised that the Ornn was banned away though by Verdant. Like, it does make me think, what are they planning to cook up here? Because I feel like it would have gone quite well with their team comp already. It would have fitted in. It's also been something that Refresh has played really well. So I am a little bit surprised, especially considering the fact that if Refresh wasn't going to play the Ornn, he can play the Camille.
It is very, very good with Viego, Seraphine, Kai'Sa, because you have another form of long-range engage with the Call of the Forge God. You can just take it on 4. It's something we know Gov is more than happy to just lock. The ornaments giving you so much gold value randomly in the game makes it very hard, and Gov is picking Camille away from Fresh. So suddenly with the Jax gone, you feel like you knew that was coming from the get-go, and now we get to see what Refresh plays into his own champion without the Jax.
If I'm Refresh, I am keenly eyeing up a Poppy here. I think Poppy is a phenomenal option. Olaf also very good fist fighter if you want to opt into going down that route.
We've seen a lot out of him.
Yeah, I think Olaf is... The problem with Olaf into Camille, right? Okay, this one swings extremely hard in the direction of whoever gets the first kill, 9 times out of 10. If Camille gets the first kill, if she's allowed to hit Triforce unimpeded, she will kite Olaf to death for the rest of the game. And in that sense, you are picking Olaf, you are saying, okay, I intend to smash you in lane, because if you don't, you're never really a champion into her, certainly not on side lanes.
Yeah, definitely an interesting one. We'll see how the junglers obviously do path. Definitely going to set up quite a bit of pressure. Is Taric going to be picked? I love the champion.
Little
I'm trying to think if I like
Taric.
it here, but I like it a lot. It goes well with Olaf as well.
It does. It's very good in this composition as a whole. You've got a composition that both kind of wants to be playing from a bit of a range. This is their Jhin, right? But the second you have a go button, you've got Olaf, Udyr, and Taric running straight forwards. Azir's going flying in. Jhin happy to sit 6 miles back and just open up fire with that curtain call. There's a Camille diving on your face. There's a Kai'Sa diving on your face. There's a Viego diving on your face. And a Seraphine that's looking to encore you across the map. And now there's another champion in the Leona going flying forwards. Not only is this a massive counter matchup for the Leona, but you're now just giving this another thing for the Taric to be able to block away with that Cosmic Radiance. This wasn't looking like the world's best Taric angle for Little Pants. Suddenly, it's gone straight up to one of the best.
You know, there's no other way to say it. I hate this Leona pick. I think it's absolutely terrible. I think this is one of the worst Leona angles you could possibly have found. You're playing her into potentially her hardest support matchup. Into a champion that you're not that good at locking down in Jhin. You desperately want an accelerator to be able to kite the Olaf, and yes, you have Seraphine, but I don't know. Taric is
Karma
so
would have been
happy in
so
this game
good.
now. Like, I appreciate we're looking at a Kai'Sa, right? We're saying, okay, we have a Kai'Sa, we kind of want prerequisite crowd control for her to do her thing, but we have it elsewhere. We don't need the Leona necessarily, we don't have to hard win the lane, and by picking a melee, I can do nothing but engage. I am going to fistfight you in lane. Support into Taric, the king of please engage onto me, I will win every fight, is diabolical.
Not only
red,
that,
Red 5.
but we also didn't really have a champion outside of the Camille that Taric could stick to, right? There's no champion that wants to be just boxing this Taric left, right, and center, so he can't stack up that Starlight very easily. Suddenly this healing is about to be coming 5 stacks every 3 auto attacks because there's a Leona that sat on top of this Taric's face just going bonk, 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 and Taric's going, thank you, heal, thank you, heal. You are never killing Taric nor whoever he's attached to, which 9 times out of 10 in this game is going to be this Olaf who is running straight at your Kai'Sa.
Yeah, I will avoid harping on about it too much longer because otherwise I could lose an entire day talking about how Leona is a horrific pick into 2 champions that have unstoppability and a Taric. But generally speaking, right, as soon as that Leona's locked in, and it in hindsight, right, it makes the Taric a really good pick. Even up until that point, it was a little bit, you don't know how that functions. You have made the Taric into a phenomenal pick here. The only thing that Verdant is short in this game is to have an accelerator for your Olaf. Something the likes of an Orianna is really good for an Olaf because you want to just give him move speed, you want to get him to have access into that backline, but nothing's really stopping Olaf apart from Camille on side lane. Nothing's really stopping Udyr from invading heavily because Prio is at worst contested in all of your lanes here. I am kind of loving the look of Verdant's draft in this game, and I would find it hard to argue that Brod has a way of winning it other than just strictly hands diffing.
So is the game okay? We've talked a lot about the pick not being necessarily good. Like we've set it up so that Verdant feeling like they have the win condition here in the drop purely. Is it doomed? Like that's the big question. Is it done? Is it dusted? Like do we already know the outcome of this game, Luna? Do you feel like Verdant have already taken home this victory?
In my mind, they have Exodia'd this draft a little bit, not in a vacuum, but in the context of the situation. They have everything they could ever want. There's so much disengage. There's so much ability to stop these things that come flying into you from functioning and just blowing them up. On the flip side, there is such an easy ability to just suddenly tag an ability onto something that's sitting 6 miles away. Suddenly, you've been deadly flourished, and there's an Olaf running at your face at Mark 5. It is very hard for Brod and friends to play. However, that does not mean impossible. You still have Kai'Sa, who can look to play poke in the later game alongside Seraphine. You have a Viego, who plays off of 1 reset, and if you get that 1 reset in a composition like this, where there is a Taric, an Olaf, a Jhin, and an Azir, you just run at the enemy without relent and kill them quicker than they can kill you. Then you reset again and again, and suddenly you have this Viego that is monstrous in a team fight. You also have a very good time controlling an area, right? If you are first to an objective, you have Kai'Sa poke, you have Seraphine poke, you have Leona threaten with ultimate, you have Camille threaten with ultimate, Viego who can come from over a wall or come from out of mist. It's so hard to function from behind or from outside of your control. But if Brod and friends have control, this game is much easier for them. It's just the ceiling is so high.
Yeah, Exodia is great. unless it gets thrown off the boat and it becomes a little bit wet. So there is definitely a way to play around this one. Pivoters, obviously you had a lot of words about the draft coming in from Broad. We've kind of talked about there is a world where they can come back and play this, but where do you feel like it lies? Like, is it all on this Camille and Viego to really just snowball ahead and then essentially just utilize everyone else as a support system for them to get their way?
A lot of it lies on, as you said, this Camille and Viego in side lane. Most of that is because I see Brod's best way of winning this now, because you're playing a comp that wants to engage, but you're playing it into attack. Most of the way you're looking to win this now is strictly through side laning, because Camille does outscale Olaf in the side lane, and Azir is not particularly good at side laning into Camille. Given that, if Camille's allowed to get to a point where she has 3 items and the rest of the Brod core is stable enough to mitigate any push that Verdant might have or any control that Verdant might have over objectives, then given time, Camille will always be able to chip away towers in the side lane just 1v1 with Olaf. Granted, she might not ever find the kill, but it's very hard for Olaf to find the return kill onto Camille, and she just does so much more tower damage than he could ever dream of doing. So it's got to be played through sides if Brod want to win this. I don't think they can take even terms 5v5 pretty much ever.
Okay. The gauntlet has been thrown down. I believe that we are very close to being in game. Production, do correct me if I am wrong. Brod and Friends taking on Verdant, a match that has been a big clash in the name of UKL. Some could even say it's close to maybe being a match of the season, but we'll leave that for you guys at home to decide. We'll see how this one plays out. We're going to hand it back over to the casters. Let's throw it through towards Luna and Rory B. Take us away for the final game of the day.
We're back. I never
We're
went anywhere,
back,
but we're back.
If you missed me, I'm back.
That
It
you
hasn't even
are.
been a minute without Luna, which is great. So, Luna, I did want to point out one thing. Loving this Verdant draft, but I think there is one way you improve it.
Mhm.
Okay, and this might get shouted down because I don't know about player champion preferences.
Mhm.
Put the Olaf in jungle, put the Udyr top. And it is unplayable.
Ooh. You
The
know what? I
Camille
don't
cannot
hate
lane
it.
into Udyr. The Olaf is fine into Viego. And we are getting into game right now. No, it's the Olaf top.
I was going to say, I don't think Refresh and Tofu really play each other's champions.
Right.
But we are onto the Rift for game number 4 today. The Titans of the group in Verdant sitting at 3-1 up against Brod and Friends at 2-2. And it's a monumental task ahead of them.
It's going to be a hard-fought game here for Brod and Friends. They are fighting an uphill battle seemingly at every point of the game, unless they manage to win some incredible just lane skirmishes. And as we're seeing here, Spark has been brought topside. Could suggest a lane swap. It's unlikely here, as Gov
Please no.
walking in on Refresh.
We are seeing a bit of an early invade. 5 members towards this top side. They were looking for something. Didn't end up finding it in the end. And it does allow for this blue ward to be dropped on the blue buff for the side of Brod and Friends. So, now there will be full information for Verdant as to where Trizzy is starting. Like, you're going to be this top side moving down because you want to be getting this Kai'Sa Leona lead. Much in contrary to what the desk was saying, where we want to be seeing play to this Camille.
And while it lacks critical analysis, I will say Verdant are matching with their skin colors, and that is a massive
True.
ego advantage right
True.
there. Something I always respect from teams, especially bot lanes.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Oh, the League
Oh,
Observer
the
coming in.
360.
Thank you so much, Casual QT, for that absolute display of the synergy in the bot lane.
Okay, so let's talk about actual lanes instead of clothing. Here, as we're seeing small trades without Refresh. No, okay, I was wondering, sometimes I see Olafs just go really hard at level 1 to try and fully chunk out, have a bit of Darius in them. There, but no, Refresh and Gov just trade in. Autos there, Summoner spells, Gov taking the Ignite, hardly surprising into the Olaf, who heals so much. Early level 2 though here for the Verdant bot lane, not able to land that root unfortunately.
No, that could have been a very, very dead Zeta if Fuyu was able to tag the root with that deadly flourish. But Little Pants playing this lane very aggressively, which is something that I often like to see out of Tarics, especially if you're playing with a Jhin who can follow up from so far away. Just walk forwards, get that dazzle off, and completely stun your enemies with your fabulousness.
Yeah, and it's a good call from Verdant here to hard push, expecting Viego to start at his red, so they can bounce the wave back and be under much less trouble that this Leona could present to them. Tofu now clearing up towards top side, understanding possibly that it's I need to get this Olaf ahead situation. Instead of I need to protect my bot lane situation. When you have that Taric, when you have that Jhin, you can play from a decent range.
Absolutely, and Olaf definitely a very good bridge champion, but needs to have a bit of a lead to be able to be that bridge. Playing towards this top side makes a lot of sense, as you say, from the side of Verdant. Pressure-wise, we are seeing, as you mentioned, pressure in top and bot in favor of Verdant. Mid, got Battery being pushed in just a little bit, because early Seraphine wave damage is a little bit high until she runs out of mana.
Yeah, those mana costs are so high in the early game. I wouldn't be surprised if Nemli... Actually, no, because it's so much cheaper nowadays. I'm stuck in at the beginning of the year when Lost Chapter was really expensive. Now it's only 1,200. Yeah, Nemli is probably fine. Yeah, exactly. Maybe just picking up tier actually. No, that was total. Yeah, picking up tier boots. Okay, that's fine. On the 4-minute timer is okay. Not committing any teleport here. Sometimes you do see mid laners and top laners commit that teleport at 4 minutes, just so it's up for when it's unlocked at the 10-minute mark. But no, just going to walk back to lane here and lose a few minions of experience.
It is very much worth mentioning the lethal tempo on Bear Tree and no teleport on Refresher as a TP advantage for the side of Broad and Friends. But if this Azir gets going, the damage coming out of this champion as the soldiers whack away onto an enemy is going to be incredible.
So, I would actually really like your opinion on it, because you seem far more versed in the lethal tempo than I, who's just been playing Shen for the last 20 games straight. On Azir, why are you favoring this over something that gives you more lane dominance, like Comet?
So, the tempo stacks depending on how many soldiers you've got hitting. If you've got 3 soldiers hitting, I believe you get 3 stack from it. Do not quote me on this, I have not tested it, but if it's how old tempo works, you stack it incredibly quickly.
And then
which
you just
allows
get the
you to
bonus
just
damage
completely, you completely rinse through the enemy as you play forwards throughout fights. Now we can see a little bit of training going across. Grubs up very soon, and both junglers are fighting in the river. Tofu getting a lot of damage coming down, has got that Q upgraded, does use the Awakened version, has to flash away from that hook shot from Gov. We see Little Pants has shifted up, as has Zeta, so Grub's going to be the prio. There's a fight going on in the jungle. Again, Trizzy just bashing against Little Pants a little bit here. It's a refresh going quite low as well. And Broad and Friends, they have infinite amounts of health advantage up towards this top side as things stand currently.
Yeah, it's brutal. With Trizzy just sticking around as well, ready to put down the fog when Refresh gets a bit too excited. Here we go. Yeah, just trying to push Refresh off this wave as the minions are pushing. Even gets the Ghost out. This Olaf is in such a terrible spot right now. That wave with the cannon is going to hard push into Gov. Olaf can't walk up. Oh, actually collapsing on Trizzy right now with Udyr.
Yeah, it's going very low though. Both members about 20% of their health remaining. There's Tofu just happy to step forwards and pick up these grubs. Bear Tree has arrived. You can see this Veil moving around the wall is just going to walk away, and with neither jungler on the bot side, this dragon not going to be traded up either, especially with how fast these grubs die.
Yeah, and honestly, what more could you want from Verdant here? You have the Azir, who does so much work with grubs, especially going to eventually be hard out pushing the Seraphine, who's picked up the Lucidity boots very, very early, but it means she has so little damage to push the wave and will eventually run out of mana even with this tier. The Bear Tree can just hold down this lane and get free hits and start to take those first and second plates really quickly.
Yeah, these plates are not long for this world. As we can see Trizzy shifting in towards this bot side, potentially looking at this dragon as in. We see Zeta go. Mitch looking a lot of damage from that plasma proc. The Void Seeker popping at 4 stacks, completely annihilates Little Pants' health as Trizzy starts up the dragon. Tofu a little ways away, and no vision on this suggests that they do not know what is going on. Could be guessed based on the positioning of the players, but they are happy to just give this one across as the Chemtech dragon goes down. We'll see what our next soul denial is. It's not going to be a Cloud Soul either, so we do have some very good souls on the table still.
Really, really good souls here. I love that from the... Oh, Trizzy might be getting caught out. Almost, but no, able to walk it off. I really love that from the Broad and Friends bot lane. Going hyper-aggressive to chunk Brian the Lion out and also to push in that wave allows Trizzy to start it up with any fear at all of the Udyr collapsing. When you have Zeta there, when you have Spark, who had hit 6 at the time, ready to jump in whenever. Just really nice communication points. And now Tofu... maybe getting a bit cheeky here, but no, likely just recalling.
Playing cover, but Inzeta goes onto Fuyu, then if the Lance Cleanse comes through, and now there's an Udyr running. The Lion is beautiful to allow Tofu a first blood. It's traded back thanks to tower shots. Spark going to add 25% HP as the curtain is called, and the finale may come down. One more shot will do it, and Spark has to flash away. The battery's that secure.
Flashed away, but Trizzy went into the bush and cut off his vision, so the Azir wasn't seen by Spark, so unfortunate flash, and now the Udyr can just tank. Oh no, actually goes for Tiger stance instead. I was expecting the Udyr to go tank form there to just to absorb those tower shots, but no, just able to burst out with that such high base damage that the Udyr has.
Yeah, absolutely incredibly done by the side of Verdant to pick themselves off a bit of a lead there now. Little Pants shifting in towards the top side as the stun lands from the Dazzle, and the hook shot only barely able to go through. Refresh not able to quite tag the Undertow to keep the chase going, but a beautiful roam out of Little Pants, forcing this Camille out of lane.
Really, really nice roam from Lil Pants there. Nice patience by Gov on the hook shot. Guarantees that if you get stunned before the hooks hit a wall, you'll still get dragged to the wall. It's a really cool interaction. It's why a lot of Camille players don't take Flash, is because they know that they're guaranteed safety. Fuyu, though, in a lot of trouble, no cleanse.
Shield bash into Solar Flare. The wave has been completely cold, but it's Zeta that's tanking, and Spark happy to put that one in his back pocket. 2-1-0 on this. Kai'Sa now with a static shift to complete on base, no doubt. Very dangerous to be alone in this lane as a Jhin.
Yeah, it feels rough for Fuyu because you're like, nice one, Lil Pants. You roam top, push that Camille in. Oh dear.
Oh no.
I'm all on my own. That's a Leona who's hit 6. Good luck. So now...
Tofu's top. Able to get the hook shot again. Oh, it's criminal.
Olaf's ghosting. He might.
Might indeed. The ultimate not quite up. That Ragnarok not there. Sweeping strike will slow Refresh, but these Undertows are lethal. As the smite of Ragnarok not going to come down just yet. The Undertow, it tags, it doesn't kill.
Oh, I was expecting Undertow to come. There's more fighting, by the way.
There is more fighting as the Seraphinote comes down. Nemly able to encore onto 2 and dropping the ultimate. The Heartbreaker will kill 1 as Refresh goes down, traded back by Tofu onto Trizzy. Nemly flashing forward, looking for it. Tofu is so low, it's another 10 health survival.
It's like I said, Nemly has no damage.
And now
prioritized mana and cooldown reduction, so isn't able to take out
Battery. There is 2 very low health bars, but there is no sweeping sands now. Stun comes down onto Zeta. We can see this lethal tempo getting a lot of damage down. Bars. When that E comes back up, we can see Lil Pants happy to tank this there. Radiance to knock away its first kill going across, but Battery now tanking up this stacked up tower, and Trizzy's behind the corner, has to start running. Only 1 for 1, but it's top laner for support. Granted, the kill goes on to support. Tofu has now come back, basically full health again as Battery's dashing back in onto Trizzy. A lot of damage going down. If this stun comes backwards, it's so much damage. In goes Zeta, but Zeta's blown up. Battery now tipping down to the Ignite, but it may not be enough. It's going to live as Tofu, 4-0-1 on this Udyr, able to bail out Battery and completely turn the fight again.
Right. Sit back, have a breather. I'll do some color casting because I think you were play-by-playing for a full 2 minutes there as the fight never ended. Ambitious from Verdant on that tower dive is the word I would use. They get the grubs, they get some kills, they mostly get out. But after all the smoke is cleared, it is 6 grubs for this Azir. He's going to love that. Once all the smoke is cleared, we see a 2k gold lead arising for Verdant. They
And most
don't
of
have the
it's on
Chemtech
Tofu.
drag. It's fine. Tofu has 4 kills. The Leandries is picked up, and I'm sure that's a dead man's on its way.
Champion
Wha-
is terrifying.
What is going on here? Top lane is just top lane. Somehow they still don't have a kill, and only a total of 3 assists after all of that, which baffles me, but fine.
I like how we said on the desk, Pivotless had said, this lane is determined by who gets first kill. What if neither of them get first kill? As Tofu looking forwards onto Trizzy, the Encore tags onto this Udyr, and he's blown
Huge
up by
shutdown.
Spark on the spot! Kirkle comes in, and a lot of damage comes down, but it's split across 3 members of the team. The Dragon has been started up, and with no jungler to contest, this should just go across the board. And friends, Tofu, he's very strong, but he's starting to feel himself a little bit too much.
And
Meanwhile,
Spark is just finding these red
Zeta
pools.
going forwards onto Bertree, but it's Seraphine, there's not a lot of damage, and now Trizzy's walking his way up. We can see the mid support moving away. Flash away from the Solar Flare is great from Little Pants to make sure this play does not go too long.
And that's actually really valuable for
Oh, no.
Zeta to get out, because honestly, one of their main forms of engage, outside of Olaf Udyr Run It, is Little Pants getting that Flash Dazzle. Oh dear, Tofu in the mix.
It's just blown up again. Just come back out and immediately blown up as Bertree next on the list. Trizzy able to do so much damage. Zeta living on a sliver of health. Fuyu being ulted on by Spark. Fuyu the next one to go down. It's 3 very quick kills in what like a flash fight that I personally thought was going to be a one and done off the back of the Dragon.
Broad and Friends have just taken back control. Total control. Refresh was starting to roam down towards this fight, which gave Gov a massive CS lead, and now damage on the tower. Spark's also getting damage on the tower. And the Seraphine, though we've been saying she has a low damage build, now with 3 kills can really start pumping her values. Not too far ahead of the Azir, even though there's a gold lead because of plates. But I know at this current moment, this Azir or this Seraphine, which one I'd prefer to have on my team.
Yeah, I mean, at present, you're going to get outscaled by this Azir, but at present you are very, very strong. Just in general, Broad and Friends hitting these first item, second item spikes are so incredibly strong. Spark 4, 1, and 2 on this Kai'Sa, 2 completed items already. Herald up and available, Dragon down for another 3 minutes or so. It is an Infernal Soul, so whichever team picks this up is definitely getting their money's worth in terms of time investment.
Tofu now moving down to this Rift Herald here. Should be a guaranteed get, as Broad and Friends is bot laner here, sticking downwards. Viego's also just clearing his camps. It seems fine. One thing I will add, a lot of the criticism from you and the rest of the desk was, how are Broad and Friends going to play team fights? Into this Taric, into this Udyr. And honestly, they might just win with the power of Spark.
As you were saying, the power
It's
of
a
Spark.
final Spark!
And by the power of Spark, Little Pants is sent straight to the other side before the Cosmic Radiance can land.
And it's looking rough for this Taric right now. It's looking really bad. When the Leona Kai'Sa is happy to just jump on you, that's when you know things have gone sideways. One thing I would really like to see is, generally you see Tarics, because Taric is such a mana-hungry champion as he needs to spam that healing, you see a tier going into a Fimbulwinter generally. I would really love to see Lil Pants and ask why he decided to go this. Maybe he believes presence of mind is enough, or he just thinks going this locket as early as possible is the play.
Certainly could be, as Refresh being battered around by Gov in the top lane, but Tofu has arrived. The hook shot barely going to tag
not
onto the wall
enough.
there, but it's straight into the face of Bertree, shifted back by the Emperor's Divide as Tofu picks up a 5th. Meanwhile, Trizzy in the mid lane looking onto Little Pants. Zeta's here as well. The stun goes down. Not going to be followed up as Trizzy tanks up a couple of tower shots. Herald spawned in this top lane to try and break down that tower. Spark is collapsing onto Tofu on the backside as the curtain has been called. Trizzy going incredibly low after the kill goes through onto Little Pants. And there is no fight to be followed up. It will just be a trade of 1-for-1 top for support across 2 different fights and 2 outer towers falling.
But this is 6 grubs. Olaf pushing with a Herald now. It's going to force Gov's TP out just because the sheer damage Olaf's able to put out and the charge goes off. Refresh is going to be really happy about that. Able to accrue back the minion deficit they were sitting at. And looking towards this dragon setup, Zeta's backing here probably to get more wards to control the area. But even though they have a 5-kill Olaf, who has now picked up his Unending Despair, I just don't think Tofu can do enough in these fights.
I think time will tell. You are waiting.
Good catch.
Nemli caught out by the Dazzle, followed by the Deadly Flourish. Has to flash this wall. Zeta's here to protect now as Spark on a bit of a flank, but on their own on this flank.
Good catch.
A beautiful Empress Divide pulls 2 back into the team as Zeta and Nemli fall before they can blink as the Encore does nothing to save them. Trizzy next on the list and Spark running for the hills. A beautiful fight, a beautiful engage by Bear Tree, and the man on your screen right now has done it. He's flipped it back on its head for Verdant.
So the answer is, the Udyr who has all the gold doesn't matter. It's a Zeta show, right? Nemli gets caught out by a really nice Deadly Flourish, and then even though the Zerath's popped, it doesn't matter because Bear Tree gets a sick flank, doesn't even need to invest the flash there as well. So it has that up for a future engage. Maybe we see a very early Baron push. I doubt it because you have a Jhin, but you know, I've seen crazier things.
Absolutely. I mean, Bear Tree was 1-1-3, is now 4-1-3 off the back of that triple kill. A beautifully played game so far from this player. This is here paying off dividends, and it looks so comfortable as well for Bear Tree. You have this bridge in the Olaf. The Olaf didn't get lead. Your bridge has turned into this Udyr who went 4-0. Now 5-2, but you've bought enough time for your Azir to be strong, and your Jin's getting there as well. It's just very nicely done from Verdant to play their timers effectively, and they've stopped the Drake stacking.
Right. The main thing I want to see coming out from Verdant right now, before we have any more team fighting, is some form of anti-heal. I don't care if it's a Bramble Vest on the Udyr, or it's someone picking up a Grievous Wound item, or like an Oblivion Orb on the Azir. I just want to see it, because the way Broad and Friends really want to fight right now is deathballing. Right? You use Spark's insane power combined with the Camille Plasma stacking, and then you get Trizzy on the resets. If you can stop their team fighting Deathball by cutting all that healing, you might go for a Serpent's Fang, but I doubt it. That's how I think Verdant could lose these team fights, is just that they lost the sustain game.
Thank you, production, for highlighting the ward there. So there is information on towards Trizzy, and with so many members up towards the top side, we could see a bit of a collapse. The police were Baron, and that's exactly what we're going to see. The Empress Divide push. But it doesn't matter, because the ult over the wall is not enough, and Bear Tree able to secure that one and go on a rampage. Zeta and Spark being pushed away by the curtain call, and the Baron is now on the cards. A beautiful bit of foreshadowing coming forward from production shows us exactly what story we're seeing. The Baron has been started up, and Zeta and Spark looking to potentially stop this. You've got Nemli behind the pit. You've got Gov bashing with Refresh in the mid lane. 3,000 health on this Baron. It's going to go down to Tofu. It is smited away successfully, and now Broad and Friends are on the retreat. Doesn't look like it's going to be a fight to start anytime soon, but you are so happy with that angle of play.
An insane ward catches out Trizzy. Bear Tree comes in with the scoop. It's a nice buffer on the Viego ult, but it's just not enough with those slows coming in from the Udyr. And yeah, it's the fated Baron before mid-tier 1. That's very rarely seen, but it puts a smile on my face whenever I notice it.
Hey, it doesn't happen very often, so we have to cherish it when it does.
Broad and Friends, you were looking great for a bit. You were looking ahead, not even, but you're not... it seems they're not expecting the angles for these Azir scoops. They're not grouping up enough to be able to just stop Azir when he comes in. He hasn't had to use his flash on any of these engages.
No, been able to get away without it every single time, and it just shows to the thinking that comes into finding these engages, right? You don't need the flash to find these crazy angles. You don't even need the world's best flank. You just need to know your angles on the EQ combo, right? That shifting sands is everything when it comes to trying to pull the enemy back into the rest of your team. And Battery is doing it phenomenally. We can now see the pressure being put forwards on towards this mid lane. Refresh still bashing it out with Gov in the bot lane. This Dragon up in about a minute's time, and we're going to see people shift to get Vision down. Trizzy in a little bit of trouble. The replay has stopped, and I'm going to hope. There we go. It's come back. There was a bit of a pause earlier that we missed out on. Trizzy able to get away, but Gov massively behind enemy lines. Not going to be able to be pincered. Refresh going to walk straight into the face of this Camille.
Refresh is in danger.
There's a fight in the top side. Is Zeta going down so incredibly quickly for you able to get that one out, and the ultimate from Refresh popped to survive. Now Tofu, Battery, and the rest of Verdant barreling back towards the top side of Brod and friends, who have to run into enemies' lines. This bot tier 1 should be the next tower to fall. And with a dragon in 40 seconds, this is not the position you want to be in with your support falling so quickly. The Little Pants getting a flash stun onto Nemly into the Deadly Flourish. There comes the Cosmic Radiance to try and stop Spark from getting anything down as the Encore comes through and it's cleansed away from. One more hit will do it. Battery is unstoppable as Nemly falls. Gov and Trizzy trying to find a flank. Trizzy has been found. Tofu running straight out and Gov going flying in, trying to find a kill onto Reef. Enough is rooted up. He's dead to Fuyu. Spark able to dodge away from the Emperor's Divide, but it's not enough as the rest of his team clatters down around him of Brod and friends. Only one friend remains standing as Zeta's come back from the stands to try and help defend this tower. The dragon is up and available. Nobody leaving in this situation. The tower is being bashed on left, right, and center, and we could see one more fight. Not going to happen. Just going to peel away for the dragon, but Verdant are running away with this game.
And the initial pick onto Nemly was great by Lil Pants. I love the Flash Dazzle there, followed up with the Deadly Flourish. Then it got messy from Brod and friends. Seemed a bit desperate. Gov going in, trying to get any kills possible, but giving up his own life there. Trizzy already used the Heartbreaker to try and take out Refresh, but Refresh was able to Ragnarok Ghost out of that fight, down in the bottom of the river at the very start of that play. And even though you've got the Sterex now, your front line with your Leona gone is squishy as hell. Like, with a 3-item Azir, it doesn't matter about the Sterex shield. It doesn't matter about Camille passive. You are melting.
Yeah, your health bars, they don't exist. And we know Verdant to be nature appreciators. And there's some constructed aspects in these lanes that need to be felled. Bring nature's control back to the Summoner's Rift. So they're just casually, going through one by one, getting rid of these constructed towers, making sure that nature can take forth once again.
And also,
however,
they get to take out the biggest villain of nature of all, of Seraphine.
True.
Don't forget the old lore. I know Scotland has been reworked, but it was there for a while.
Indeed it was.
We're seeing a big move to Battery.
Being dived on in the bot side will
good
fall.
shutdown.
Very good shutdown going across to Gov of all people. 3 people come flying in. The Emperor's Divide not tagging to 2. However, we now see Zeta on a flank in the mid lane, and there's no Kai'Sa ult, there's no Viego ult, there is no Camille ult. If they want to fight this, they have to do it off of Seraphine ult alone, and even that is on cooldown as Tofu being caught here. The Unstoppable doing all the work. Zeta going flying forward. Curtain has been called. Tag 1 onto Zeta, tag 2 onto Zeta, tag 3 goes wide, tag 4 hits onto Trizzy. And Gov is just pushing the bot side. It seems Verdant able to disengage in this mid lane for now, and Gov just going to run away from this Olaf. And we're seeing this game flip-flop left, right, and center. 5k gold lead in favor of Verdant as Tofu and Fuyu both getting rooted up. Little Pants not quite able to find the stun on there. And with Baron up in less than a minute, we could see one more big fight very soon.
Yeah, we see Vision down for Brod and friends around the Baron pit here. Tofu clearing out, doesn't have Sweeper up right now or any control wards, so won't be able to get all the hidden wards, especially the one in the Baron pit. With Crab spawning, nah, never mind. No, Crab spawning, they're guaranteed to get it with the Viego backing now. I want to talk a bit about itemization. Firstly, I love the Abyssal Mask coming through for Tofu. Not only buffs their own damage, but also when Bedry is this strong, like why wouldn't you want to take away the enemy's MR? Basically doing true damage to a lot of them, as we're seeing that stuff like Swifties on Camille, plated steel caps on the Viego. No magic resist really picked up. And also, Nemli really gone for this supportive build. That is a very low damage Seraphine if I've ever seen one. Not even getting the Liandries, which I feel was almost necessary. That or a Blackfire Torch on the champion.
Yeah, absolutely needs some form of damage. But in this game, your Kai'Sa incredibly strong, so you're not too
True, I
upset
suppose.
with the mixed damage coming out of that champion in its current state. Now seeing Fuyu being left to try and catch, secure this wave, the mid-tier one next on the list of things for Broad and Friends to take. If they can get this down, they gain control of the map again just a little bit more. We are seeing a lot of vision control for the side of Verdant in this top side.
Down bot side, Bear Tree going in.
Looking down onto Gov, Refresh doing a lot of damage on his own. The ult just going to stop the stun.
No way.
Battery happy to take it. Not going to happen, as now we see Tofu going forwards, caught out by Zeta. In comes the Dazzle to get the stun off. Cosmic Radiance is coming down. We'll keep them both alive for now. Nemli has now joined the fight as the fourth shot from the current call goes wide. Flash away from the Encore, but it still tags onto Tofu. Now Battery has arrived and does still have the Emperor's Divide, but it's just not enough as Spark blows Tofu sky high. You may be a shaman friend, but you weren't seeing that one coming.
And yeah, Bear Tree going down to bot lane to pick up Gov just gives the go order to the rest of Broad and Friends stuck in the mid lane. Tofu not able. There's so much crowd control was going through. Even the empowered bear stance, if they got it off, wouldn't be enough. Because I'm pretty sure that was a total of 9 seconds of crowd control that came flying out from all angles.
It was a lot of crowd control. It was not easy to try and get away from.
And no mercs.
But we are just seeing this trade of 1-for-1 across the map, right? And Battery, the carry of this team currently, was not in that fight, more crucially.
Yeah, very crucial. Gave 850 gold to Gov, and then wanted revenge, basically. Got beat up for his lunch money, and then, you know, went to the gym, got a few pounds of muscle on, and went, you know what, now's my time. Unfortunately, left the friends alone, and they got collapsed on here. Bear Tree putting down some good pokes.
So much damage.
Onto Zeta, and honestly, I think they might just start Baron here. Trizzy is on the Dragon.
Oh, there is no
This is
angle
not
in
the
for
best
Spark.
trade.
The Baron just pulled everybody away from this Void Seeker, so that's on a massive cooldown. This can't be contested anymore. It just goes down. The Dragon is being treaded on the side. This is Soul Point for Broad and Friends, but you do not mind that as Verdant. This mid tower also going to fall. The bot tower also going to fall, and suddenly you're realizing you're losing a lot of things just to try and get this Baron. Is it worth it? Time will tell. Battery barring down the top lane.
So, Infernal Soul gonna be incredible on Kai'Sa.
She's not Soul yet. Tis just Soul Point.
No,
thankfully.
I know, but let's be honest. The way that Broad and Friends are winning this.
Oh! That was aiming straight for the back of the head. A beautiful stopwatch coming through from Spark to survive that, because it likely would have killed a 3-item Jhin, hitting a fourth shot onto a Kai'Sa. Good night, sweet princess.
Yeah, but before that curtain call rudely interrupted me, the way Broad and Friends are likely winning this is through Infernal Soul. I don't see any other situation where they can out-push the Olaf and the Azir. So,
Sorry, just chuckling at Tofu, deciding, we're taking this tower now, come.
Yeah, just came, punched it, walked away, job's done. Here we see Zeta and Trizzy. Govs having fun with a mini Krug. There we go. They're just having a convo. Now Refresh is getting these Baron minions to push down bot lane. It's going to enable Verdant to do a really nice 2-lane push here with that Azir tower as well. They can't walk towards the Azir because, well, he has a Banshees and Lil Pants is right there with a Dazzle. And now Tofu can just walk in and punch this tower, really, if he wants, with that Udyr. Oh, Jhin damage.
He can. We are seeing a lot of damage come out of Fuyu now as well. 3 more strong on the bot side as Battery just solos out this mid lane inhibitor. We've got the Little Pants and now Refresh hovering between the two lanes as Battery steps up for the inhibitor as the second inhib tower looking to go low. That Void Seeker does pop the Banshees off of Battery, but it doesn't matter as Tofu stepping forwards. The stun comes in from Trizzy. It's a lot of damage coming through, but the shields are even better. This turtle stance doing so much to save onto the health bar of Tofu as 2 inhibitors have gone down, and we may see a Hail Mary fight come through from Broad and Friends here in a second. The Dazzle going slightly wide onto Gov. See Refresh getting rooted up. Tofu stepping forwards quite aggressively. Deadly Flourish coming out, stunned up. There's the curtain call. The Encore tags. It cancels the curtain call. Doesn't quite land the solar flare onto Fuyu, though. It's Fuyu taking doing a lot of damage as the Cosmic Radiance protects all 4, and 3 members are already dead. 4 members are sparked, therefore left standing. It does not matter. It's a triple kill for Bear Tree and Verdant. They had enough of games. They've had enough of trying. Brod and Friends. Not just Brod and Friends any longer. It's just stepped above once again.
It looked so good, actually, for a second. You saw the Seraphine ult come in, hit 3, but this Olaf just being quite quiet all game, just sprinted through, didn't give a damn, and just basically soloed 2 of the backline.
Yeah. Suddenly, this Olaf had a very quiet game so far. All things considered, 0, 1, and 8. Not really doing anything too impressive.
Throws an axe here and there,
throws an undertow here and there.
Yeah.
Suddenly you hear rah, and he just goes running into your backline and cutting down your backline left in 30 seconds. Meanwhile, Fuyu took so much on the backside of that fight. The encore, the solar flare. While that was all being thrown at this Jhin, who still had cleanse up, the rest of the team were running forwards. It was beautifully done by Verdant pretty much all game long. There were a couple of moments that like Brod and Friends had that angle in with Tofu getting a little bit caught out, or Bear Tree getting a little bit caught out. But generally speaking, start to finish, Verdant having a beautiful, beautiful game.
Yeah, and really the prio for Grubs throughout the early game was really what clutched that. The amount of towers they were able to push was incredible. They had all 3 lanes sorted at all times.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, that is going to do it for our games for today, but that is not going to be the end of the stream. Rory, thank you so much for joining me for these 2 games. It's been an absolute pleasure. I'm not going anywhere just yet, but I am going to hand us straight back over to the analyst desk alongside Jay and Pivotless.
Okay, and I just have to say, you are lying, Luna. It is the end of the stream. Good night. See you later. No, not really. We are joking. No, we are joking. We are joking.
No.
We got to talk about this game, right? It is like, man, Pivotless, I'm just gonna let you. I'm not even gonna intro it. You talk about the game, because like this one was the most back and forth I feel like we've seen.
This feels like, and I have no way to describe it other than peak UKEL gameplay, insofar as these are some of the bigger names in the league. Titans that have clashed at the top of the table back and forth many, many times. It is a very, very close run thing. And to be honest, going into the early game, you sort of get to about 14, 15 minutes, I'm thinking, hey, hold on, Brod might have this. But unfortunately, the game ends up breaking down in the manner that we kind of suggested during draft that it might, where if Brod lean too heavily towards team fighting and do not play their sides out well enough, or they don't play them out at all, as was the case in a lot of this game, it will just end up falling back into Verdant's favour, and it did. A small shout out, first of all, to Spark, who, again, they've had a couple losses, but Christ, I don't think Spark's had a bad game. Spark is on a tear, even in the losing games, even on the losing side of a Rift, Spark is consistently phenomenal, and it's almost sad to see the Kaiser in such a good position, but just not quite able to get it over the line. But at the end of the day, it's Verdant. It always was Verdant. Perhaps it always will be Verdant.
And it's something that I've talked about before, like where I do sometimes feel like just good team fight can win you a lot of games for free. Like obviously that's kind of what we saw with Verdant, right? Like they played it well. It's not to say they didn't do things good, but at the end of the day, when it comes down to these objectives, when it comes down to those big plays, and you can just 5v5, the turret ult's obviously coming in pretty clutch in some of those fights, and it just doesn't give much room for Brod to really maneuver around. But Luna, is there like also some positives to take away for Brod though? Because I feel like they also showed up pretty well.
Absolutely. If you do lean into more of this team fighting thing, you had good moments, right? Trizzy and Spark were able to find so many good angles. Nemly, so many good ultimates from this Seraphine. You just had a bit of a mismatch in what your team was wanting to do. And it felt like you weren't respecting Bear Tree enough, right? So if you know there's big engaged tools on the enemy team, just play around them. If you want to be playing to team fight, fix up your drafts just a little bit. You still look like this game is in your hands a couple of times throughout this game. So don't be too disheartened coming away from this game, because you absolutely gave Verdant a run for their money. They were just better on the day.
And that is the end of the day. That is us actually done for the day. It's been a good one, though. I will say there have been some really good matches. I don't know if we can actually bring up the matches back onto the screen. I'm not sure if that is a possibility, but if it's not, it's been a banger, right? And one thing that has been consistent is that the games are still close. The tables are still close. Obviously kicked it off with some bigger wins, right? Carthus starting to GG everyone in the match.